Bu- 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 bu. Hello. Welcome. Welcome to stream. I decided to take a break from Tales for a Monday and play some smaller games. Uh, so today we're playing Dear Esther and Journey. I feel like both of this should probably take 4 hours. It should take, it says it takes like 2 hours to beat Dear Esther, 2 hours to beat Journey. And if we really feel like it, we can 100% Journey tomorrow. So I'm curious though. I'm interested to see what this is. I feel like I don't know what kind of games are like a staple for a Jeff Nom stream or like Jeff Nom staple games. I don't know what kind of games like I do specifically. I feel like I don't know, 'cause we play so many different games. Let me get Dear Esther up so it's not just me. So it's not just me talking. I keep wanting to use the word yapping. I need to stop. I need to stop that. Um, but yeah, I feel like hold on, sorry, I'm having to do other things other than starting the game. This is a very random choice that I've made today. I feel like we're getting to Splunky this week. That's fine. Maybe we do. Maybe we do. Definitely not Uma Musume. Maybe Spelunky. Probably not Uma. Uma. Uh, Let me get some sound going here. Uh, as I continue to not get sound going here. Hold on. Oh, didn't we 100% my voice zoo? I think we did. Yeah, we 100%. I only had the one achievement, which is crazy. Hmm. Well, at least we can say we completed one game this year. Yes. All right, let me get. I would love to just continue playing, just continue playing Tales, but I'm like, we gotta break it up a little bit. We gotta break it up. Monday's got to be a breakup day. We did it last Monday. Every Monday, I ideally we play like a new game, just to break up the monotony of the longer ones, especially with how many longer games we have coming this year. So, yeah, but let me do that. There we go. We'll probably play Gris and then Spelunky at some point towards the end of the month. Uh, just because I think, God, why did I have a category for off-stream progress? It's never getting done, dude. I was like, I'll play Power Wash and Age of Empires off stream to save some time. Never gonna happen. So sad. So sad. All right. Get Dear Esther running. But back to the I feel like there is a kind of game that probably fits me the best or like games that like I probably play more and are honestly just better for stream. Which is specifically anything first person POV. I think that's like a staple. I'm trying to think of stuff like I've actively done content for. It's like Minecraft, Skyrim did really well for the streams. Um, Amnesia, I would say Amnesia and Soma and like Slenderman, like old classic horror games are one of those kind of things. This I feel like will be one of those. I feel like Dear Esther. I don't know a lot about this game. I just know it's like very feely. You know, it's like a walking sim, which is not my kind of game specifically. I enjoy them. If it's a good walking sim, it's a good walking sim. I feel like I need to like compile games that really feel Jeff Nami. I cannot tab out. So I feel like there's a lot. I'm gonna tab out really quick to take some notes. Because this is like kind of bothering me a little bit. Um, yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'm starting to finally get into the whole like refinement stuff I was thinking about before. I was like talking about early this year, where I'm really trying to figure out what Jeff Nom is, while I'm doing other things. So what games kind of define Jeff Nom? Skyrim, Stanley, Haribo, I would say. Uh, FNAF, Minecraft. I feel like I don't do Minecraft in the way that like fits me the most, but Amnesia, Slendy, Slenderman, Ray, uh, and Dishonored. I feel like those fit my kind of aesthetic. How is Slenderman spelled? Or like in the games, how is Slenderman? Slender. Also, for anyone watching streams to get updated on advancing, I finally beat the Wither for the first time in survival on my own. Very proud. Very proud of that. So videos for advancing should start again in a couple days. So very exciting. Very, very happy for that. Very, very glad that Slendy will start up again. So, uh, hmm, let's see. I would even say Dark Souls is kind of a Jeff Nom game. I feel like Dark Souls has just become a game that kind of fits my vibe. I don't know. What are games with like most hours, I guess? I guess that's something else I could look up if I'm trying to figure out what games are Jeff Nami. Um, Oxygen kinda, but not. I don't think it was successful. It's just very, you know, that's more of a legacy kind of thing on the channel. Oh, Outer Wilds is super Jeff Nom coded. Now, there's a difference between a game that feels like a Jeff Nom game, like something I will play, versus the ones that I just really like and I force the stream to watch. I don't know. This is an interesting question for me. No one else wants to be like, no one else cares. uh, I don't know. I'm also trying to think like what are the ones that like people have enjoyed the most on stream, which ones have gotten the most people like most attention. There's like a handful that I'm thinking of in terms of like games that have gotten people's attention. What was it? At Dead of Night? Was that one of them? Yeah, that one got a lot of attention. Spooky's also, as bad as that game was after a few hours, should I just like, I don't know. I want to just like chill for a second before we start stream. We'll get to Dear Esther Stone, but I'm like, I don't know, just being like, hey, I could play this game. This game feels like a game I would play. Got me into this question of what is like games that, you know, really vibe with the channel. and like the kind of content I do. It's an interesting question for me. I will try not to spend too long. I'll try not to spend too long discussing it with myself. But I feel like this is, I don't know. It's on my mind. I gotta get it out. I gotta get it out of my system. So, one sec. We're just gonna. I just need to look over these games really quick and be like, what feels Jeff Nami? Spookies, I would say, is a very Jeff Nami kind of game. As bad as as much as we hated the game, I feel like most of these games like have a kind of vibe to them. I remember Nier got a lot of attention, and it's still a game I wish I liked more. Nier Automata. Yeah, Nier Automata I liked, but like didn't enjoy. Would love to change that. Dead Space felt. I feel like Dead Space, Resident Evil, and even Evil Within all feel like games that vibe with the channel and what we do.
Now, if you're like me,
it's all very gritty. It's all got a very gritty feel to it. I like some grit, apparently. I think every single one of these has like a texture or a feel or a grit, a gritty vibe to them, which is interesting. That's an interesting little detail, I feel. Tails is not one of those. I think Tails is the longest. I like this game a lot. So I'm just gonna play its games. It is the longest of those kind of games. For sure we could probably find a JRPG that fits more of the Jeff Nom vibe. But I am just very much enjoying Tales, so we've been playing a lot of that. Getting over it, personally, God, I really wanted to make a getting over it video. I really wanted to. I really like that game, actually. Yeah. I'm just looking at it in terms of like hours played. Yeah. I don't know. Most of these games have a very like kind of grounded and real to a point of, what is the word? How do I want to say this? Also, Slay the Princess has done very well. I could see doing more content on Slay the Princess in the future. I think that'd be really cool. I just have to figure out what kind of angle I want to approach that from. I don't know. I'm thinking of like what to do after advancing, right? I'm thinking of content that I can do after advancing and going back to like games that really, I don't know, were really defining, I guess. And games that feel very in tune with my kind of content is something I'm leaning towards doing, going back to old games and making stuff out of it. Yeah, I don't know. A lot of good games. A lot of good games. I should make a video on Superliminal, honestly. Yeah. Outlast, kinda, sorta. It was definitely a meme. Outlast is definitely one of the games that has sparked one of the longest memes. At least on the streams. Hmm. Interesting. Getting a very interesting feel for what a Jeff Nom game is. I don't know. That's all the pondering I think I'll do on that though. That's all the pondering I think I'll do for now. I got a decent list. I feel like these all give a certain air to them that I'd need to explore. Let me look at one more thing really quick. Let me look at one more. Or would I look at this? Probably look, I go over here. Bam. Like one more spot I want to look for game stuff. Yeah. Okay. It's not as informative as I thought it would be. That's fine. Alright. Anyway. Boop. Get all of that out. Get out all that. What happened to my recent? Oh, I'm over here. Okay, there's 10 achievements in this. It looks like most of the achievements you get just by playing the game. I should have kept that open. I'm still doing things. I'm still doing things. Boy. Hold on. I'll bring back the music. Bring back the music. So I'm actually gonna do the advancing stuff. Okay. Dear Esther 100 guide. Ads. Get the music back. Bam. Okay. So what do I have to do to get all the achievements in this? How easy? 2 missable, 3 collectible, 1 miscellaneous, and 4 story. Okay, so not all of them are story related. Good to know. 2 playthroughs. Okay. Interesting. Okay. 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 Voiceover point. The achievements are not that hard. It goes down to 10%, so most people have gotten all these. Okay. Alright. Cool. This doesn't seem too bad, achievement-wise. Could this be the whole stream? Potentially. But. Alright. Let's... Okay. Let's get into it, I guess. Alright. Be gone. Be gone. Alright. Let's start. Lighthouse. Sure. I'm curious what director's commentary is going to be about.
Dear Esther, I sometimes feel as if I've given birth to this island. Somewhere between the longitude and latitude, a split opened up, and it beached remotely here. No
Oh,
matter how
wait, can
hard
I?
correlate,
Oh.
it remains a singularity, an alpha point in my life that refuses all hypotheses.
Okay.
I return each time leaving fresh markers that I hope, in the full glare of my hopelessness, will have blossomed into fresh insight in the interim.
Oh. Sayonara. Achievement unlocked. Drown once. Once? What do you mean once? Drown once. Can I do it again? Does something different happen if I try? Oh. Now I just don't drown. Oh, wait. Wait, what's going on? Wait, I can just keep drowning? But it's like, I had to go further.
Come back.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I... But like, it's so enticing. It's just right there. It's just the water. Did I boat here? Hmm. What if someone's drowning? What if I need to save them? What if I gotta go... Okay, that time is... That's weird. The fact that I have to go like different distances both times.
Come back.
Okay. What if I do it? No, okay. I'm just saying, it's weird that the achievement points out drowning once. Okay, so we boated over here to this, I assume, island. Okay. Oh my god, the sound is probably way down. I forgot I'm not playing Tails, which is constantly giving me tinnitus. Alright. Cool. We got a lighthouse over here. A radio tower. We got a flashlight. Let's go. Okay. Oh. A herb or Hebridean history. Okay. What we got here looks weird. Is that cooking or is that like a medical magazine? I wonder. Okay. There's paint. Oh. Hydrogen, hydrogen. So 6 hydrogen. Oh, wait, do I know this? Wait, this looks familiar. Wait, 6 hydrogen, 2 carbon, and 1 oxygen. What is that? I feel like I know what this is. Dicarbon monox. No, what would the hydrogen be? It would be... I don't know. Well, the fact that it's like connected to the carbons means it would be something. I feel like I know what this is. What is... Okay, hold on. Hold on, I'm looking this up. I'm very curious. I'm very curious now. Hold on. H6 C2 the Lewis structure? Yeah. Wait. Yes. Yes? Yes. I think. My understand? Yeah. Yes, yes, yes. The Lewis structure. Formula C2H6O corresponds to 2 main isomers, dimethyl ether and ethanol. Oh, isn't that like... Isn't that just oil? Huh. Interesting. I feel like I've seen that before. I definitely think I've seen that atomic structure prior at some point in my life, which is odd. Very specific. All right. Oh, whoa, whoa. Okay. Is this a horror game? This isn't a horror game, is it? I thought it was a walking sim. I guess it could be a bit of a horror game. Huh. They got a lot of paint, I guess. Interesting. Okay. I didn't see a way into the lighthouse. Is there a way into the lighthouse? It would be inside. I think the door was blocked, wasn't it? I think. Or is this? Oh. No, the stairs are gone. Okay. Interesting. I mean, there's not much else to do but look around, so... Look around and make commentary is what I will do. What's down here? It's very windy. Interesting. Should I have gone up? I don't know. I don't know what I should have done. Oh well, we're on a beach. Very cool. It's a lot of sand. A lot of sand here. We got a cage. Got more cages. Cool. Very, very, very. Oh.
When you were born, your mother told me a hush fell over the delivery room.
Oh.
A great
I
red
thought that was
birthmark
in-game.
covered the left side of your face. No one knew what to say, so you cried to fill the vacuum. I always admired you for that you cried to fill whatever vacuum you found. I began to manufacture vacuums just to enable you to deploy your talent. The birthmark faded by the time you were 6 and had gone completely by the time we met, but your fascination with the empty and its cure remained.
Okay, so the narrator is a very bad father. I engineered absence of being in order to make you cry. Ooh, the golden ratio. Is this game just a bunch of, like, highbrow references? Like, why are we referencing the golden ratio? The hell? Now that is not a naturally occurring golden ratio. Usually it is. Now I'm gonna be looking out for spirals.
I
Okay.
have found the ship's manifest, crumpled and waterlogged under a stash of paint cans. It tells me that along with this present cargo, there was a large quantity of antacid yogurt bound for the European market. It must have washed out to sea. God knows there are no longer gulls or goats here to eat it.
What is this in reference to? There's a car door. It's a car door here, so a car crashed. I guess it went off the cliff. Is there a road? That would be the only thing that makes sense there. Is this the end of this road? Can I go up? No. There's nothing to do over here, right? It's just the car parts. Very, very old car parts too. Like it's been here quite a while. Like that's not just like a few weeks even. I would say that's like years. Interesting. Alright, where That was cool. I guess. Golden ratio. Never forget. Never forget the golden ratio. Uh, yeah, how much... That's the big question. How much intellectual property? No, how much intellectual theorem can I recognize in the game? What's up here? So are we literally just roaming around and exploring the island while our narrator father talks about how terrible of a father he was? Seriously, like, if that's not bad parenting, I don't know what is. I wanted you to cry more, so I made scenarios where you would cry more. I liked that you cry, which is something a parent has never said. Ever. Oh, can I jump off here? Oh, I can. Okay. Where was... Okay, where am I? Wait. Oh, that's the... Huh. Okay. I guess I'll go back up to this ramp. I thought it would kill me or something. Just a way down, I guess. I know there's an achievement for falling to your death, but... I guess that wasn't it. Alright. Slowly make our way over here so we can get back up this way. It's so windy. Why is it so windy? Okay. Hmm. Oh, careful.
Donnelly reported the legend of the hermit, a holy man who sought solitude in its most pure form. Allegedly, he rode here from the mainland in a boat without a bottom, so all the creatures of the sea could rise at night to converse with him. How disappointed he must have been with their chatter. Perhaps now, when all that haunts the ocean is the rubbish dumped from the tankers, he'd find more peace. They say he threw his arms wide in a valley on the south side, and the cliff opened up to provide him shelter. They say he died of fever 116 years later. The shepherds left gifts for him at the mouth of the cave, but Donnelly records they never claimed to have seen him. I have visited the cave and I have left my gifts, but like them, I appear to be an unworthy subject of his solitude.
Oh. Okay, next you're gonna tell me that's Morse code, right? Okay, there's someone in that cave. Good to know. Also, for the audience, enable closed captions, large captions. There we go. Maybe turn down the volume just a smidge. Just a smidge. What is it with games and not being able to control different volumes? Okay, whatever. That's fine. At least we got captions now. Okay. Let's go back out here. That really all there was to the cave. Okay. Well, hopefully we can get across this without dying. Nope, let me through. Oh my god. Let me up. Nope, no. Okay, cool. So me trying to explore was somewhat pointless. I was gonna do it anyway. Great. Good to know. Very linear. Why is there a ringing? What is the ringing sound? Okay. So is there... I don't know. Is there any reason for me other than that? And I don't know. Okay, I guess the like most linear route is from the lighthouse across the beach up here, and then I guess we continue up that way. All right, sure. Let's not fall again. Let's go up here. Back on track. I assume going to the lighthouse. Start hearing some narration soon about this, that, and the other.
By the weak afternoon sunlight, he landed on the south side of the island, followed the path to the bay, and climbed the mount. He did not find the caves, and he did not chart the north side. I think this is why his understanding of the island is flawed, incomplete. He stood on the mount and only wondered momentarily how to descend. But then, he didn't have my reasons.
Huh? Am I Donnelly? I'm not Donnelly, am I? I explored. I explored. I'm not a Donnelly. I am a Jeff Nom. I did the exploration necessary. I did the homework.
When someone had died or was dying, or was so ill they gave up what little hope they could sacrifice, they cut parallel lines into the cliff, exposing the white chalk beneath. You could see them from the mainland or the fishing boats, and know to send aid or impose a cordon of protection, and wait a generation until whatever pestilence stalked the cliff paths died along with its hosts.
I
am Asterisk.
My lines are just for this.
I am Jeff Nom.
To keep any would-be rescuers at bay. The infection is not simply of the flesh.
I am a Jeff Nom. So the narrator's just gonna commentate on things, and I'm just gonna look at him like, wow, yep, that sure is a thing. Can I drop from here? Oh.
Come back.
Okay. Stack and Armin. Achievement unlocked. Die from falling off a cliff once. Once? You mean I can do it multiple times?
Come back.
Seriously, why did the achievement say once? Makes me want to do it multiple times.
Come back.
This is easier than drowning, though. I wonder if this would be a better way to die than, like, drowning. Like, how terrible of a death is just falling from, like, a skyscraper or something? You just splat, hit the floor, get eviscerated.
Got my 5th refrigerator today.
Wow, good job. Only 5 more refrigerators to go. I believe in you. More refrigerators, Aiden. You need more. What interesting rock formations. Very cool.
We are not like Lot's wife, you and I. We feel no particular
I don't have
need
enough
to turn
space in
back.
my kitchen.
There's nothing to be seen if we did.
You
No
need
tired
to
old
make it work.
man parting the cliffs with his arms.
Sell your
No
oven.
gifts or Bibles laid out on the sand for the taking. No tides turning or the shrieking gulls overhead. The bones of the hermit are no longer laid out for the taking. I have stolen them away to the guts of this island.
Who needs
where the
5
passages
fridges,
all
though?
run to black, and where we can light each other's faces by
You
their strange
apparently.
luminescence.
What is... Okay, so where am I going? I just go in this direction. Can I go up? Is there an up I can go? Like this way? No. This makes me want to play Skyrim. Skyrim would let me go up there. Man. Skyrim would let me climb that. Oh well.
Darmstadium, DS.
Darmstadium. Interesting. Alright. Darmstadium. We definitely have not done this one yet. I have not made fun of the whoops. The word Darmstadium. Darm. Oh darm. Oh darm. Oh wait, we have. We have.
We did that.
We did that one, never mind. Okay. Never mind. Obviously we did that one already. You have failed, Aiden. Absolute failure. Absolutely unacceptable. How could you have forgotten? Wow, look at that ocean and that mountain and that sky. Wow. I wouldn't say rustic is like an aesthetic I like.
Dear Esther,
I'd certainly play a lot of it though. Oh god. Okay. Where I'm gonna take that away
I
for
met
now.
Paul. I made my own little pilgrimage. My Damascus, a small semi-detached on the outskirts of Wolverhampton. We drank coffee in his kitchen and tried to connect to one another. Although he knew I hadn't come in search of an apology, reason or retribution, he still spiraled in panic, thrown high and lucid by his own dented bonnet. Responsibility had made him old. Like us, he'd already passed beyond any conceivable boundary of life.
Copper, see you.
Oh, we're doing copper? Oh damn. Crazy. Copper's only at 30 or 63. Shame. Shame, what a cool element. So low. I mean, it's like middle of the... roughly in the middle, but still. Damn. A damn.
Okay, smart guy, let's see you take a crack at it.
I mean, it's random. I'm not blaming you. It's supposed to be randomized. So obviously, this is more of like, you know, it's like when a store, like when it's like a little colder than you expect, and it's like, oh man, I wasn't expecting it to be 40 today. That is unfortunate, you know? I'm not blaming you. Just what a shame. Copper. Jeez. Poor Copper getting snuffed. Okay. I feel like I want to go this way. Like, it's very obviously leading me towards that cave, which I thought we were going to the tower, but whatever. But I am drawn this direction. Unless this is, wait, unless we are being led that way. In case maybe I do want to go to the cave. And there's the lighthouse again. Is this where the... I was able to see this from that cave, wasn't I? Okay. Yeah, there's the cave hole that we saw.
I find
So
myself
who's
increasingly
here?
unable to find that point where the hermit ends and Paul and I begin. We are woven into a sodden blanket, stuffed into the bottom of a boat to stop the leak and hold back the ocean. My neck aches from staring up at the aerial. It mirrors the dull throb in my gut where I am sure I've begun to form another stone. In my dreams, it forms into a perfect representation of Lot's wife, head over her shoulder, staring along the motorway at the approaching traffic in a vacuum of fatalistic calm.
Uh-huh. Okay, so there's neurons. Oh god, it's... Oh, it's the same element, right? No, wait. Is this different? Hydrogen, 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 carbon, carbon, oxygen, hydrogen. Is that supposed to be hydrogen or is that an I? I feel like that's supposed to be hydrogen. I don't know why it's... Huh. It's a little rough around the edges. Poorly copied over. But it's the same, what was it called? What was the Lewis structure? Yeah. Ethanol. And we got whatever this was. I thought this was like I didn't think this was a drawing. I thought it was like a glowing, I don't know, mass. It's terrifying. I think that's a seed. Like a seed taking root. That's more of a seed taking root. Huh. Weird. Very strange. I don't... Okay. Neurons, seeds. There's the bird again. Oh, there's a boat. Can I go see the boat? Will I ever get to see the boat? Probably not. Damn. Maybe later. Maybe later. Maybe we will see the boat at a later time. Pretty music. It's a little dull in my taste, but that's fine. It does what it needs to. It gets the job done. A little sharp in the ear, I'm not gonna lie.
He still maintains he wasn't drunk, but tired. I can't make the judgment or the distinction anymore. I was drunk when I landed here, and tired too. I walked up the cliff path in near darkness and camped in the bay where the trawler lies beached. It was only at dawn that I saw the bothy and decided to make my temporary lodgings there. I was expecting just the aerial and a transmitter stashed in a weatherproof box somewhere on the mount. It had an air of uneasy permanence to it. Like all the other buildings here, erosion seems to have evaded it completely.
Yeah. What's over here? Isn't this where the car was? Okay, so how'd the car get down there? How'd the car door and an axle get down there? So there's no way a car drove through here. It doesn't feel like there's any cars that could even be here. Especially not that far. There's no road. Huh. Unless there... No, there doesn't even seem to be, like, traces of a road even being here ever. I feel like there's more here. I don't know. That seems like the way we're supposed to go. It probably leads over to the radio tower, but there's gotta be more to explore. Surely. Surely there must be. Can we go up the stream? Can I go up the stream? Oh, maybe. Can I go up here? Just let me up. Let me up. Let me up. No. Alright, sure. Fine. I'll just go this way. Skyrim would have let me climb up there. Okay. I don't know, it's just the feeling of like, man, if I was, you know, able to use my arms and legs, I could get up there if I wanted. But I guess we have no arms, only legs, and maybe not even that. So we just go in a direction that is not too slanted. I'm expecting to see the radio tower show up again and be like, that's where you're going. Oh, whoop. Donnelly, achievement unlocked. Finished. Oh my god, finished chapter of the lighthouse.
Stretch of the M5 between Exeter and Bristol over 21 times. But although I have all the reports and all the witnesses, and have cross-referenced them within a millimeter using my ordnance survey maps, I simply cannot find the location. You'd think there would be marks to serve as some evidence. It's somewhere between the turn for Sanford and the welcome break services. But although I can always see it in my rearview mirror, I have as yet been unable to pull ashore.
Narrator. Damn it, how did I break it? Oh my god. I guess I was supposed to jump off more intentionally? I don't know. Exit, sure. Please tell me I got to a new chapter. Okay, there we go.
Dear Esther, I have now driven the stretch of the M5 between Exeter and Bristol over 21 times. But although I have all the reports and all the witnesses, and have cross-referenced them within a millimeter using my ordnance survey maps, I simply cannot find the location. You'd think there would be marks to serve as some evidence. It's somewhere between the turn-off for Sanford and the welcome break services. But although I can always see it in my rearview mirror, I have as yet been unable to pull ashore.
Alright. We got ships. We got ships over there. Okay. I can probably drop down if I need to, but I want to go this way. Let's see, the tower's over there. There's a second signal thing over here. Okay. Cool.
It's only at night that this place makes any sluggish effort at life. You can see the buoy and the aerial. I've been taking to sleeping through the day in an attempt to resurrect myself. I can feel the last days drawing upon me. There's little point now in continuation. There must be something new to find here. some nook or some cranny that offers a perspective worth clinging to. I've burnt my bridges. I've sunk my boats and watched them go to water.
Uh-huh. What does that say? Neither did he eat nor drink. I assume there's some text on the other side of that boat. And neither did he eat nor drink. Okay. Cool. Great. Oh, there's a path up here. We can go up. Yeah, I assume that's where we're supposed to go. Probably. Is there a person? No, it's just like markings. Can I go up here? Can I go up this way? I'd like that. Okay. There's like a marking that does not look natural on the side of the mountain. Okay. Wait, did we start down there or up here? I guess it doesn't matter. No, we started. No, we started up here. Damn. Okay. I thought we were going up. Okay, whatever. So what we got? We got barrels. Yeah. Barrels of some sort. Laying around. Got a boat. And neither did he eat nor drink. What is that in comparison to? And implies that something else was said beforehand. But like, I didn't see any text implying anything else beforehand. And we're going back to the Bowie. Okay. Exploring feels so weird. Cause like, yes, there are like little side paths to go on. But like, just knowing where you're supposed to be going feels very odd. Like, I feel like these paths did not need to connect, I guess. Like, they're trying to help, but then it feels like they're not going to before you realize, oh, they were trying to help. I don't know, I'm very confused. I just don't even know what I'm doing here. I am going to the radio tower. The narrator's kind of talking in hands. Also, why is this boat so loud? Man's talking in hands. I can't understand him one bit. Can I go up here? Can I get on the boat? I really want to. I would very much like to get on the boat. Oh. Can I get on over here? No. Okay. Alright. Cool. Okay. Head over this way, I guess. I'm trying to look for collectibles. There's apparently 4. I just don't know where they would be. The hell is this?
There must be a hole in the bottom of the boat. How else could new hermits have arrived?
Hermits, what? What is this? Arrow. Current? Yeah, it looks like, that makes me think of, like, electric currents. But, like, why is it coming out of this pile of dirt? Also, should I be, like, looking at everything like this? Just to try and, like, get things to trigger? I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't even know. Okay. Alright, we got a boat. That is cool. This whole island seems very abandoned. I feel like that idea has been pretty well
I had kidney
hammered.
stones, and you visited me in the hospital. After the operation, when I was still half submerged in anesthetic, your outline and your speech both blurred. Now my stones have grown into an island and made their escape, and you have been rendered opaque by the car of a drunk.
What? Is Esther his wife? Who? Because he's talking to me.
What charnel house lies at the foot of this abyss? How many dead shepherds could fill this hole?
Only one way to find out.
Come back.
Wait, where are we? Oh. Wait. Why are we on the other side of the hole? Can I go back in the hole? I want to go in the hole. Damn.
Come back.
Alright. Fine. Fine. See a little house up there. Let's go to the little house. Is there a storm brewing? It's just got a lot of wind. It's probably just like the currents and the ocean, but
I've begun
oh,
to climb,
okay.
away from the sea and towards the center. It is a straight line to the summit, where the evening begins to coil around the aerial and squeeze the signals into early silence. The bothy squats against the mount to avoid the gaze of the aerial. I too will creep under the island like an animal and approach it from the northern shore.
Okay, sure. Sure thing. Sure thing, buddy. This looks vaguely familiar to something I would understand, but there's that radio tower again. What is... Okay. Sure. Why not? Great job on that violin. Really making it work. So many pathways. What is the point of all these? I feel like there's...
The bothy was constructed originally in the early 1700s. By then, shepherding had formalized into a career.
Oh, is that what
The
it
first
is?
habitual shepherd was a man called Jakobsen, from a lineage of migratory Scandinavians. He was not considered a man of breeding by the mainlanders. He came here every summer whilst building the bothy, hoping eventually that becoming a man of property would secure him a wife and a lineage. Donnelly records that it did not work. He caught some disease from his malcontented goats and died 2 years after completing it. There was no one to carve white lines into the cliff for him either.
Okay, sure. I guess that means something. Why is it so loud? Can I just have a game that doesn't fucking crank the audio to 90? Oh my god, dude. Also, that music was like way too intense for whatever was happening. Yeah, carbon, oxygen, hydrogen. Lewis structure, I understand. It looks slightly different. I don't see the letters on this one, but it's got to be talking about the Lewis structure. This is very obviously that again, but now it's arrows instead of chemistry. Chemical elements. Hey, chemical elements, like the ones we're listing off in the random elements. Wow. What a good game for almost the halfway point of that whole thing. And here's the specimen. I don't know. I don't know, man. That goes that way.
My heart is landfill. These false dawns waking into the still never light. I sweat for you in the small hours and wrap my blankets into a mass. I have always heard the waves break on these lost shores, always the gulls forgotten. I can lift this bottle to my ear, and all there ever is for me is this Hebridean music.
So either we're the daughter or we're the wife. I can't 100% put my finger on which one, but one of the two. Seemingly. Are we going to the cave? Well, we gotta go that way because of the freaking the light and whatever. So if I really wanted to, I could definitely climb that. Hold on. BRB. Alright, I'm back. Sorry. Being asked favors to do. Okay. Wow, look at this mountain. I gotta put something on my phone. Okay. Cool. Great. Lovely. Wonderful. Fantastic. Okay. Let me go to my calendar. Very last minute, but whatever. Okay. 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 It's early in the morning, but thankfully I've actually been waking up at a good time recently, so I should be able to do it. Let's see. There, I think. Yes. I don't know the location. I assume it's the same. Yeah. Okay. And then we'll do. I assume that's not a far drive. Yeah, I can do that and that. I'm gonna be very grumpy that morning. uh, I've been doing better. It does not mean I've been doing good at God. With waking up early. So I'm gonna wake up and then immediately after be like, I gotta do that right, and then I gotta drive and yeah, just a whole slew of emotions. Oh well. Ooh, we got a little thing. Cool. Can I go up here? Can I actually explore? Almost, kind of. Can I go up here? No, no. All right, sure. Oh, where? I think that's everything here, I guess. Maybe. I'm gonna be real. I feel like I should have followed a guide. Because I'm not the random just some guidance would be cool, I think. I think some sort of guidance would have been nice. Some kind of where I am going and what I am doing here. A stronger opening that didn't feel as vague. And
What to make of
the
laudanum and the syphilis? It is clearly not how he began, but I've been unable to discover if the former was a result of his visiting the island or the force that drove him here. For the syphilis, a drunk driver smashing his insides into a pulp as he stumbled these paths, I can only offer my empathy. We're all victims of our age. My disease is the internal combustion engine and the cheap fermentation of yeast.
Yes, very interesting. That tells me like little to nothing. I have to read way too much into that to be like, ah, yes, I understand what the narrative here is. It's just giving me some kind of idea of what I'm doing, and then you can go into insane ramblings. Would be appreciated. Because right now I'm just walking around on an island. It's like, it looks fine. It looks good. This whole thing reminds me, the narration and the look of it reminds me of Amnesia. But other than that, it does not have the
They
narrative
found
through
Jakobsen
line.
in early spring. The thaw had only just come. Even though he'd been dead nearly 7 months, his body had been frozen
What's
right
over
down
here?
to the nerves and had not even begun to decompose. He'd struggled halfway down the cliff path, perhaps looking for some lost goat, or perhaps in a delirium, and expired, curled into a claw right under the winter moon. Even the animals shunned his corpse. The mainlanders thought to bring it home unlucky. Donnelly claims they dragged it to the caves to thaw out and rot, but he is proving an unreliable witness.
And what sprung this idea? Oh God. Okay, cool. We just got this. Oh, what's this? Ah. Okay, cool. We found ashes. I almost didn't see that. That's one of the collectibles. Is there one per area? Because then that means I missed the first one, which is unfortunate. But okay, cool, great. Alright, into the cave, I guess. I suppose. R.I.P. Dobbleson, Dobble, whatever his name was. Is that what I'm doing here? Am I supposed to be... Is everyone dead? And I'm spreading their ashes? Is that a major... Is that a more important part of this game that is just kind of a side quest?
Climbing down to the caves, I slipped and fell and have injured my leg. I think the femur is broken. It is clearly infected. The skin has turned a bright, tight pink, and the pain is crashing in on waves, winter tides against my shoreline, drowning out the ache of my stones. I struggled back to the bothy to
The
rest,
hell?
but it has become clear that there is only one way this is likely to end. The medical supplies I looted from the trawler have suddenly found their purpose. They will keep me lucid for my final ascent.
Okay. What's over here? Books. Okay. Books about geography? Where'd these come from? Is this hell? Am I dead? Am I dead? Is this just my imaginations as I cross over to the great beyond? Memories of my life. My letters to whoever Esther is. Wife, daughter. Something of the sort. Dear Esther, I'm frickin' dead. Is that it? I see there's probably more bioluminescent paint in here. It's candles. Very efficient candles. That or someone's here. Probably the latter. But who? This is kind of cool. Oh, okay, we're down the hole. Jacobson, achievement unlocked. Finished chapter, the buoy? Buoy.
Did Jakobsen crawl this far? Can I identify the scratches his nails ruined into the rocks? Am I following him cell for cell, inch for inch? Why did he turn back on himself and not carry through to the ascent?
Okay, cool. Halfway done. Alright. candles. Now we're in a cave. Can I drown in the cave? Wait, can I actually drown in the cave? Okay. I was just like, that'd be interesting. Glowing mushrooms. Or fungus. Or whatever. Is that what the paint is made of? Or were they like collecting a bunch of it? Huh. What's up here? Well, now I can't tell where the right way is or not, because there's no radio tower. I feel like that's a death spot. That or a point of no return. So maybe we'll come back. Maybe we'll come back later. Alright.
I first saw him sat by the side of the road. I was waiting for you to be cut out of the wreckage. The car looked like it had been dropped from a great height. The guts of the engine spilled over the tarmac, like water underground.
Circuitry drawings. More of that thing, whatever that is. Neurons. The heck does any of it mean? Alright. I guess we're going in the water. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Alright, down we go. And now we drown. And now we drown. Just now we test and see if the developers remembered to implement a drowning mechanism or if we can just stay underwater infinitely. Alright, hold on, everyone hold your breath with them. Okay, there's no way he wouldn't drown. Okay. Good to know. Alright. Let's go up here. Cool. Alrighty. Cave. Okay. Let's go this way. I see light. Light, freedom. Somewhere. Oh. Oh. We dropped from there. Okay. I understand. Alright. Cool. Cool, cool. Alrighty. Let's crawl through here. Really sniff up the gaseous fumes of the mushrooms. I think that's a thing, maybe. Oh, big cave opening. Wow.
If the caves are my guts, this must be the place where the stones are first formed. The bacteria phosphoresce and rise, singing through the tunnels. Everything here is bound by the rise and fall, like a tide. Perhaps the whole island is actually underwater.
What is that? That paper boat? Why is there a paper boat? What? Huh? There's so many weird little things going on in this game. I just don't. Huh. Okay. Odd. Very strange. So who's making the paper boats? Who making these boats? I'll find you. I'll kill you. I'll kill you with your paper boats. Don't ask how I'll do it. It's just how it is. It's just gonna happen. Is that crystal? Ooh. Some crystal forming, some more electric circuitry, whatnot. Who's making these boats that I must punish? Who's making the boats? How did the boat get through this narrow passage? Oh well. I'll never know. I'll never know. Eggs? Oh, wait, what? Another scan. Okay. Some real trauma about some kind of birth something or other. Oh, it's another urine. Burn. Learn. Current. Cool. Okay. Yeah, this is definitely hell. This is hell, limbo, some sort of afterlife. Apparently I guess I died to kidney stones? Is what this seems to be. implying, I guess. Something like that. Is there anything down here? I didn't see what was at that part. Clearly we want to go up to get out. But what's over here? What do we got down where the water's going? I wonder. I ponder. Anything exciting? Paint. The boat is over here. Oh, a lot of boats. Many boats. That we're just not going to comment on. Interesting. I am like neck deep in this water. And I do not seem to be able to get out. Okay. Sure. I am trapped in the water. I cannot escape. I have been doomed to my fate. I'm gonna drown in this lake water or whatever. Not lake, I don't know. What kind of water would this be called? What would this be? Like a cave water, I guess, is a pretty simple way to put it. Not a single bit of dialogue, by the way. We were very, very quiet about the whole thing. All the exploring, and the most I got was a urn. Like, not even anything up here. I have to go this way to trigger dialogue or whatever. Doesn't seem like it. Ow. So I know triggering dialogue is part of the achievements. Ow. Okay. Let's go, I guess. Let's just go. Sure. Don't answer any of the questions I have. That's fine, game. I see how it is. Hurt. Let's go up here. Elements again. Cool. Boom. Alright. Let's see. Got paint, neurons, seeds, all that good stuff. Whatever this is, crystals, I guess.
I will hold the hand you offered to me, from the summit down to this well, into
Holy
the dark
damn.
waters where the small flowers creep for the sun. Headlights are reflected in your retinas, moonlit in the shadow of the crematorium chimney.
Oh. Am I able to get out? Okay. I can still breathe underwater. So still an element of the game is that I just will not drown. Does not seem to be any sort of breathing mechanic there. How do I get out? Hello? Can I... There we go. Okay. I don't know how that worked, but somehow I got out. Okay. Someone lighting candles. Behold, Damascus and taken? Huh. Uh-huh. Sure. Damascus. Interesting. Okay. Away from being a city. Away from being a city. Yep, that's what that says. Don't know what it means. And it shall be a the hell does that say? Shall be a punkus help heap. Okay. Oh, I see roots. Okay. We find in roots. Means we're getting closer to the surface. I think, maybe. Possibly. Okay. Into the water. Ah, cool. My mermaid gills are allowing me to pass through unharmed. Okay. Cool. Man of the rock. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What? Achievement unlocked. What? Walked 5,000 steps. Could I have gone forward? Was there anything forward? Damn it. Oh. Highway. Underwater. Okay. We're in the end times. The flood has happened. Everything has been taken over. Oh, we're definitely in hell. Yeah. Dollars? Sand dollars? Maybe? A lot of just money sitting on this operating bed. Okay. Sure. Okay. Oh. We literally just do not, we just do not need to breathe. I guess we are dead. Okay. Cool. Alright. Sure. Sure. Wow, we found an exit? Question mark. Cool. Esther, finished chapter The Caves. Okay. So my wife died. Did we also name our child Esther? I don't understand. I feel very lost on what the plot of this game is. It's the moon. Wow. That sure is the moon.
The moon over the Sanford Junction, headlights in your retinas. Donnelly drove a grey hatchback without a bottom. All the creatures of the tarmac rose to sing to him. All manner of symbols crudely scrawled across the cliff face of my unrest. My life reduced to an electrical diagram. All my gulls have taken flight. They will no longer roost on these outcrops. The lure of the moon over the Sanford Junction is too strong.
All right. So this was the quick way. We gotta go back and do the long way now. I'll keep along this route for now, but we do have to go back. Go back the long way. Okay, that's just someone standing on a cliff.
I returned home with a pocket full of stolen ash. Half of it fell out of my coat and vanished into the car's upholstery. But the rest I carefully stowed away in a box I kept in a drawer by the side of my bed. It was never intended as a meaningful act, but over the years it became a kind of talisman. I'd sit still, quite still for hours, just holding the diminishing powder in my palm and noting its smoothness. In time, we will all be worn down into granules, washed into the sea and dispersed.
Oh, is that the story we're going with? Ah, yes, a memorial to the failed operation of my child. Of course. Just normal things you expect to see out in the middle of nowhere. They're still standing up there. Cool. Cool. Let me work my way back. I'm pretty sure we're supposed to go that way. Are these? No, this is just like posts or whatever. Am I still up there? Yep. Just keeping an eye on this person. This mysterious figure. Just up watching me. Is this like a honeymoon? Aw, babe, you remembered to set up the operating table where our child died. Or something, maybe. Very unclear. Incredibly unclear. But that's so sweet, babe. That's so sweet, babe. God, I love thinking about our dead child on our honeymoon. And then, or is the child alive? I really am not sure. I guess maybe the mother is the one who died. Yeah, that's probably more likely. Honey, little daughter of mine. I love remembering the death of my wife. Thank you for for setting this up. Happy birthday. I don't know. I don't know. I just do not know. Is there anything over here worth note? Any dialogue? Anything that I have missed? Any reason for me? Oh shit! I'm gonna drown. I'm drowning. Okay. Come back to me.
Come back.
Okay. Cool. I Damn narrator. I don't think we're playing as them. I'm pretty sure we're Esther, right? Are we Esther? Also, there was like nothing here. There is no reason to walk over this way. I gained nothing from this. Okay, cool, great, lovely. Walk all the way back. So glad I took this long ass stroll. All the way back there because I thought I missed a thing. Or like a dialogue or something. Nope. They still waiting on the cliff? Yep. Yeah, they are. Honey, sorry, I was looking around at how you put our stuff around for me to monologue to myself about, but nope, you didn't. That's okay, though. I like wasting time trying to figure out if there's actually things hidden, but then there's not. It's just like a lot of walking space that is not substantial to anything. I love just walking on abandoned piers, abandoned whatever those are called. It's my favorite. You know exactly how to celebrate the death of my wife. Daughter. Daughter, you really understand exactly what I want on this both very happy and very sad day. You're just like your mother. Maybe. Oh, wow, look. More elements. Oh my goodness. Oh, look. A person holding a thing? I can't quite tell. Maybe? Is there an urn? Is there an urn? Is there... I can't even tell what this is. I think that's a C and an N. Carbon and nitrogen. Okay, sure. Cool. Oh, there's the... Hey, we missed the tower. Oh, we're going, like, around. Okay. We're making our way up, I guess, to the tower that is definitely a real tower sending real radio waves and not just a figment of my limbo hell imagination. Yep. For sure. Positively. What is this? Wait, does this also go to the cave I just went in? Yeah. Yes? Yes. Yes. How did I go? What? I don't know. I'm so lost. I'm so lost. My God. Oh wow, more car parts. Cool. I can't even tell if we got run over. I was expecting us to get like run over in that I assume flashback. Underwater with the hospital bed. Which is like a weird... I think another game literally did the same thing, but like at least there I could actually understand why.
There were chemical diagrams on the posters on the walls on the waiting room. It seemed appropriate at the time. Still life abstractions of the processes which had already begun to break down your nerves and your muscles in the next room. I crammed diazepam as I once crammed for chemistry examinations. I am revising my options for a long and happy life.
Sure. Sure. A light from heaven shone around. He shone around him. Okay. Cool. Great. What's over here? I'm looking for that last urn. Surely it'll be down here before we start going up the hill. Okay.
From here, I can see my armada. I collected all the letters I'd ever meant to send to you, if I'd have ever made it to the mainland, but had instead collected at the bottom of my rucksack, and I spread them out along the lost beach. Then I took each and every one, and I folded them into boats. I folded you into the creases, and then, as the sun was setting, I set the fleet to sail. Shattered into 21 pieces, I consigned you to the Atlantic, and I sat here until I'd watched all of you sink.
So I was the one who sent the boats that we found in the cave, I guess. Also, we didn't send all of them. There's some still on the shore, buddy. I think you kind of failed at your objective here. But I'll only judge you a little. I'm only judging you somewhat for that. It's okay. People like you are big fuck ups, and that's, you know, someone has to be. Another paint can. On a sudden, a light from heaven shone around him, and he fell to the ground. Okay. Sure. Anything down here? Just a way to look at the boats some more. Go off into the ocean. All right. Cool. Great. Fantastic. Alright. I guess let's go up. I assume the urn will be up here. Maybe we're like tossing it out into the wind from the highest point. Sure. Sure. Okay. Okay. There's like just enough narrative here to keep this thing cohesive. Just barely. But if I like stop and like linger a little too long anywhere, it feels like it immediately just comes to a halt because there's not enough
I will drag my leg behind me. I
narrative.
will drag it like a crumpled hatchback, tires blown and sparking across the dimming lights of my vision. I'm running out of painkillers and am following the flicker of the moon home. When Paul keeled over dead on the road to Damascus, they restarted his heart with the jump leads from a crumpled hatchback. It took 21 attempts to convince it to wake up.
Sure. Oh. I don't know why I thought the cart was gonna come railing at me. The southwest. Wow, cool, great. Very worth it. Fucking great. Weston, Maine. Yeah, nope, that's... The dialogue started happening before we went this way, right? Okay, cool, great. It's cool. That was well worth it. For sure. Definitely. 100%. Okay. Oh, cool. Another thing I can go backwards for a minute to find, like, nothing. Is that what that is? No? Okay. Good. Glad you're taking my sarcasm in stride, game. Do you really want the last words you say to be sarcastic? No! That whole meme.
I've begun my voyage in a paper boat without a bottom. I will fly to the moon in it. I've been folded along a crease in time, a weakness in the sheet of life. Now you've settled on the opposite side of the paper to me. I can see your traces in the ink that soaks through the fiber, the pulped vegetation. When we become waterlogged and the cage disintegrates, we will intermingle. When this paper aeroplane leaves the cliff edge and carves parallel vapor trails in the dark, we will come together.
Okay, cool. And as he was proceeding on his journey and has come here near to paradise? Something or other. And he nor drank and was there
If only Donnelly had
day
experienced this, he would have realized
another
he was his own
neither.
shoreline, as am I. Just as I am becoming this island, so he became his syphilis, retreating into the burning synapses, the stones, the infection.
Why is this turning more and more into Slender? Wait, is this not literally the fucking plot? Like, basically the narrative through line of Slender, searching for this thing? Is that not literally what we do for, like, the second half of the Slender game? Oh my god. Oh my god.
Bent back like a nail, like a hangnail.
It's a different person.
Man clung onto the wheel, drunk and spiraled, washed onto the lost shore under a moon as fractured as a shattered wing. We cleave, we are flight and suspended, these wretched painkillers, this form inconstant. I will take flight. I will take flight.
Wasn't there someone standing there? Yeah, they were standing right there. Should have looked for them. I'm sure we would have seen something, maybe. I need water. Hold on. I need water. Okay. Let's see. What's in here? Literally nothing. Cool. Some candles. Elements. Elements. Woo. We got elements. Let's go. It's a cool view. I like that. I mean, it looks good. Okay. Dude, the buildings, like, don't even mean anything. I don't... Like, the buildings are literally, like, the icon for the game. They mean nothing. I don't know if any of the buildings actually symbolize anything in this. It really doesn't feel like it. I don't know what anything symbolizes other than someone died probably during childbirth and I am probably dead because of how nonsense everything is. Boy, this developer commentary is going to be a wild ride. Real interested to hear them stake their claim for what the meaning here is. Oh boy. I don't remember it. Noon? Something. I don't know. There was more words there. From here, have a great light round about me, and could not see.
You use OBS, right?
I do.
Blind with panic, deaf with the roar of the cage traffic, heart stopped on the road to Damascus.
Glory.
Paul sat at the roadside, hunched up like a gull, like a bloody gull. As useless and as doomed as a syphilitic cartographer, a dying
What's the Twitch chat add-ons?
A kidney stone,
blocking
the traffic bound for Sanford and Exeter.
You mean the chat thing?
Drunk, Esther. He was not drunk at all. All his roads and his tunnels and his paths led inevitably to this moment of impact. This is not a recorded natural condition. He should not be sat there with his chemicals and his circuit diagrams. He should not be sat there at all.
What is going on? Now I'm upset at the dude. What, Twitch add-ons. I don't understand. I thought it was a way for, like, I don't know. I think it has something to do with, like, what kind of chat messages can be done.
It's like under advanced options with Better TTV, Firmca or Phase 2.
Yeah. I just do... Where is that? Where is it? I think mine is in stream. Yeah, stream, advanced options. Yeah, I do better TTV and Franker Face Z. I do both of them. I don't know. I don't know what it adds, really. It's just for chat, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, back to the insane ramblings and the continued annoyance of me and the sound in these video games. Turn it down more. There's like no reason for us to just be like blasting so much noise. There's no reason. You know, people try to avoid recording harsh wind, right, game? Maybe soften it a little bit. Do some sound engineering. Some sound editing. I can't even read these. They're like so close up. Came into... Damascus. Cool, great, yeah. Damascus. That explains everything.
I only got one monitor, so I won't do the whole Twitch chat on screen.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to have it like on phone. Just so you can see what people are saying. I would usually have it on something. Oh, Senchide. Trigger all voice over points. Achievement unlocked. There we go. Alright, that's good. At least I got that one. All I gotta go back for is, ashes.
Dear Esther, I have burnt my belongings, my books, this death certificate. Mine will be written all across this island.
What?
Who was Jakobsen? Who remembers him? Donnelly has written of him, but who was Donnelly? Who remembers him? I have painted, carved, hewn, scored into this space all that I could draw from him. There will be another to these shores to remember me. I will rise from the ocean like an island without bottom, come together like a stone, become an aerial, a beacon, that they will not forget you.
Emma tested RQ.
Always been drawn here.
Alright. Cool.
One day the gulls will return and nest in our bones and our history. I will look to my left and see Esther Donnelly flying beside me. I will look to my right and see Paul Jacobson flying beside me.
Esther Donaldson, Paul J. Those were last names?
Where help will be sent.
Those were last names? Okay, sure. And we're flying. Or just falling. Cool. I still think this is hell. I still think we are in purgatory or limbo or something. Because this just doesn't make any sense. Man, we're flying. Oh, okay, we're a bird. Cool. Cool, we are a bird. But history. Bird. Caw. Okay. So like Esther's our dead wife, right? Who are we? Are we Paul? No, Paul was like the crazy friend who like, I have to assume he was the one scribbling on the walls, unless that was us. Which makes sense if we're gonna like take this long journey and then drop off of a, like fall off of a tower, turn into a bird and fly around. Is this just... What? There are the boats. Cool. Okay. Sure. I guess. Also, I never found the urn for the last level. Oof. Come back. Do I get an achievement for Paul? Is Paul the last achievement? No, I got the last achievement. It was sign something. Signed the bird. Something. I don't know. Paul, achievement unlocked. Finish chapter of the beacon. Okay. We did end up getting it. Oh, the other achievement was for all the voiceovers. Gotcha. Okay. For the Chinese room. What? Okay. For Little Lost Polly. Soundtrack and audio. What is this game? What the Chinese room are? Oh my god. Yeah, what was this game, dude? I'm so confused. So
I played a bit of The Last Faith as a test to see how I liked it, and shit was way more well produced than I thought.
very cool. Also, hello Backpack, I hope you're doing well. What was this game? What was going on?
It has full voice acting and like a lot of weapons.
Wow. Very cool. What was this game?
It's good.
Cool. We turned into a bird
What
again.
game?
Dear Esther. I'm so confused. Hey. So are there only 2 characters? Was there a third one? Am I an unnamed character? Was Esther I assume my wife? Maybe, or Paul's wife? Or... Yeah, because those were last names. Esther Donnelly?
It's like Bloodborne and Hollow Knight made a love child though. It's very cool.
Cool. So I'm gonna need these creators' commentary to explain what happened. Director's commentary. I'm gonna need them to explain. Oh, the developers are named the Chinese room. Okay. Okay, well, hold on. How many achievements are there? We got 8 of them. We need to uncover the 4 urns and trigger director's commentaries. All directors. Great. Okay, cool. Great. Okay, so I'm gonna need a guide for all of that.
My friend challenged me to a Dark Souls 3 race, so I'm gonna start practicing.
Alright. Enjoy, I suppose. How many why are there so many directors oh god, I gotta like go click on all these. We're speedrunning this. We're speedrunning directors there's so many.
If I'm beating him good.
Alright. Are we even gonna get to play Journey today? Am I gonna have to postpone Journey to tomorrow? How long is this gonna take to go through all of the fucking director's commentary? Oh my goodness. Oh, okay. We only missed 2 urns. You'll find them all as vases
Can
before
you play this
proceeding.
little indie game named Elden Ring?
No. Just make sure to interact with them. Particles the ashes.
Worth a try.
Yeah. VOP. Where's the urn in this chapter? Okay, where's the urn in the first chapter? It found near the end of the first chapter. Oh my god. Okay, of course I missed that. Alright, cool. Well, what happens if we resume? Where does this spit us? Oh, the beginning of the chapter? Okay. Can I get the urn? Can we see if we can get
I
the
still
urn?
remember all my speedrun skips.
Uh-huh. Can I get the urn here? Where is Esther Donnelly, Paul Jacobson? Okay. I don't understand the story here. Found near the...
I can even use the worst parry in the game still. I feel so goated.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Ah, it's there. Oh my god, these are so well hit. These are so sneakily hidden. Alright, let's speedrun. Speedrun! Wow, we're going so fast. If we can get this urn, hopefully, if we get this urn now, and we get the other one, we'll get the urn achievement, and then we can just focus on the director's commentary.
All the creatures of the tarmac rose to sing to him.
I kind of want him to shut up. I'm gonna be real. I don't care about his dialogue anymore.
All manner of symbols
I turned those off. What do you mean? I said no to you. I assume it'll go away.
My life reduced to an electrical diagram. All my gulls have taken flight. They will no longer roost on these outcrops. The lure of the moon over the Sanford Junction is too strong.
Cool. Cool story, bro. So he's like... I mean, it's interesting enough, I guess. I don't know. This game just leaves me with a lot of questions. And none of them are very, like, enticing to think about. None of it is very...
Soil, I chose fire. It seemed the more contemporary of the options, the more sanitary. I could not bear the thought of the reassembly of such a
urn.
Stitching arm to shoulder and femur to hip, charting a line of
cool.
like traffic stilled on a motor.
But there's 4 urns, so it has to be 4 people, but like... So when they said their last names, were they referring to people related to them? I don't know. Okay, start. Director's commentary. Progress is saved at the end of each chapter. Okay, sure.
Hello everyone, I'm Dan Pinchbeck, I'm the creative director of The Chinese Room.
Oh my god. Can we like turn off the in-game voiceover thing? Can I make the voiceover in game not talk? If I have to do this for
And this is the
commentary.
developers commentary.
Hi, I'm Rob Briscoe. I'm the artist on Dear Esther.
And I'm Jessica Curry, and I was the composer on the game.
So what you're looking at today is a remake of a mod. Dear Esther started off in 2007 as a Half-Life 2 mod that did really, really well in the modding community, which was fantastic. And as a result of that, attracted the attention of Rob, who worked as the primary developer on a Source remake of the game that was released in 2012. And this year is another remake where it's been updated for a cross-platform release, and we wanted to add in this developers commentary just to give you a bit more of an insight into some of the ideas behind the game as it came together.
Okay. I didn't know it was a Half-Life mod. That is kind of cool. A little bit more respectable. Isn't the Chinese room the ones who made the... Oh my god, shut up.
A lot of the environments, there's
okay.
a lot of detail ingrained into everything.
I thought it was the voiceover.
One of the things that I wanted to do with Dear Esther is bring the visuals up to the same kind of level of detail that Dan and Jess had put into the other areas of the game. So all of the history and the kind of hidden pieces of story that are intertwined with the VOs and the music and stuff, I kind of wanted to bring some of that into the environments. So if you look around you, you see that there's a lot of interesting bits and pieces, a piece of paper with someone's name on it, a photograph, an ultrasound. All of these little bits and pieces are kind of layered in to just kind of bring another aspect of the story into the game. And also, they're actually randomized, so every time you play, you'll see something different lying around. And this is just to build on this idea that everybody has a unique experience and a unique interpretation of the story.
Oh, that's okay, I guess. I don't know if... I don't necessarily see that impacting... I don't know. Because I don't... Why would you replay? There's not much replay incentive. Like, it's cool. I guess more for that story of like, oh, did you see this thing? But if it's like small details, that's like... that detracts from any kind of like lore understanding and more... I don't know. It's an interesting choice. I'm not gonna say it's bad to like make it more unique per player, but I don't know. It feels like you probably lose something at the same time. Is there any commentary over here? No. Okay. Go back down here. I don't know if there's any commentary we missed down this way. On the path there is. How dare you? Developers. How dare. Okay. At least these are short. So maybe this will be short enough.
Part of the point about the whole game, I think, was this idea that rather than having a linear, straight-through version of the story, that we could have multiple story units for each place you were. And I was really interested in this idea of how you can open up that space that people can interpret. So I loved the idea that you could have two people that had played this game and then would have a conversation about it, and one of them would say, oh, what did you think about when this happened? And the other person would be like, well, that didn't happen for me. I had a completely different event happen or a completely different story happen. And it kind of feels very gamey in that way, that actually one of the things I love about writing for games is that you hand over so much control to the player that it becomes their story, and that's really, really important rather than trying to force them. So using randomised blocks of voiceover in the game and the kind of randomised prop details that Rob was talking about means that it gives it a really different feeling every time you go through. And that's kind of interesting for me, because I like the idea of going, well, not everyone has to have the same experience, and because it's interactive, you have the capacity to have very different experiences occupying the same space. So yeah, but balancing all that then becomes an absolute nightmare.
I think it's nice though, because everybody gets a personal experience. Like, I love reading the forums and seeing how people come and they sort of tell their story and what they interpreted of it, and then you see other people discussing what they thought of it, And to me, it's kind of nice because everybody takes something unique away from it.
I will say, I just wanted to look at the developers and see if I was right. They did do Amnesia, and they also did Still Wakes the Deep. I didn't realize that. That is kind of cool. I do like both of those games. I respect them at least. Machine for Pigs is maybe a little undercooked in terms of like unique and interesting gameplay, but that is actually cool. I didn't know that these were the same developers for both of those. So that's pretty neat. Okay. Focus on the commentary, I guess.
When I wrote the music for the mod of Dear Esther, there was absolutely no budget whatsoever for live players, so all the music was sampled. But one of the good things about that is it actually forced me to be quite creative about how I wrote the music. So with my background in sound art, I wanted to use samples in a different way that wasn't just using it to sound like a violin. I wanted to time stretch and manipulate samples to make something different and strange and quite unique. But then when we got the Indie Fund money, I had the amazing opportunity to re-record the music with live players. And that was so exciting for me actually, because that's where it comes to life. And I thought long and hard about whether to write new music, going from the mod to the commercial version, but actually I decided that my initial and original emotional response to the game was probably going to be the strongest response and reaction that I had. So I just literally, the music that I'd written for samples, I then wrote out for live instruments. But what they bring to it is transformative, actually. And I think The Beach is a really good example of this, where you have these awful samples soaring away, and then you have the string quartet playing this very bleak, very sparse music, and they bring the presence of the island immediately to it, and it comes to life. And that's the exciting thing about it. It wasn't a huge budget, but just having that experience of working with the players was just magical.
Are we gonna talk about the story at all? Try to explain the thinking behind all that? Any? Maybe? No?
Everything about Esther for me is a dream. The landscape is not an island, it's the dream of an island. The music is like music that you wake up because you've heard in your sleep, but you're not conscious of hearing it. And the language in the story was supposed to be like that as well. It didn't matter the sense it made, it was more about the kind of the shapes it created, if that makes sense. So that the words would were like being in water, like listening to something underwater. It'd be this very dreamlike, symbolic, poetic thing. And it always frustrated me in games with game writing. This has really changed quite a lot. There was never any space for poetic language. It was very exposition-y, very descriptive, very direct. And you'd have like art and audio would have these amazing creative spaces they could explore. But when it came down to actually writing, you just had to basically go into the room, describe the character, tell the player what to do. And it just seemed like the most boring thing you could do with words in a game. And why couldn't a writer have the same artistic freedom as a visual artist or an audio designer or a musician, in terms of being able to say, isn't this just about creating this kind of emotional tone, this emotional space? And it's really, I still love that about the game. It's one of the things I love so much about Nigel's voiceover, is it has this really odd, disconnected, kind of dreamlike quality to it, where you might finish the game and not actually understand anything that happened.
Yeah.
Being carried along in the flow of it.
Sure.
And without any kind of sarcasm at all. I get into trouble saying things like this. The same design principle applies as this to Halo. It's 30 seconds of fun, or 30 seconds of depressing engagement, I guess, in our case. But it is about that loop of being in the moment in the game constantly, and that's actually the critical thing that matters.
I mean, I can agree with that, I guess. Sure.
This symbol on the beach, which is the golden ratio, it's one of the only things that's really left explicitly from the mod. In the original mod, there was an awful lot of more kind of symbols and kind of a much more kind of mystical, sort of magical element to the island. There was a lot of very weird stuff in there. And a lot of them came out of the commercial version because they felt like they were a little bit explicit. And instead, there's a lot more hidden kind of codes and symbols in there. there's still some stuff which you can only actually see or experience if you are not playing the game, if you're looking at it from editor. We had in the original mods things like trees planted to mirror the shape of the M5, or there's a whole bunch of things that are there to represent star clusters and all kinds of things like that. And we'll probably talk a bit more about kind of like hidden details and the secrets in the game as we go through. But that was really interesting for us in terms of the design of it, of going, you've got your kind of your conscious, explicit play experience, but games are always constantly manipulating your mood and your feelings and the decisions you're making. And so really trying to create a space that had all of these kind of subliminals in it was a really interesting thing that we wanted to do, both with the original, and then I think it got lifted up into a much more sophisticated version when we went to the commercial, because Rob's able to bring that sort of level of artistry to the visuals that really got that kind of sense of hidden meaning in there. And that was really important, given how kind of complex and symbol heavy and poetic the story is, where a lot of it doesn't actually make any sense, but it's about kind of leaving you with these, I guess, like the half-life of ideas and thoughts that you can't quite shake, that stay with you. So we really were trying to get that blend of how music, story and visuals could all create that really sort of uncanny structure that you wouldn't necessarily be able to define properly, but you knew it kind of had a meaning that was staying with you.
I don't. I feel like we're only gonna do one chapter of this, because like just walking around and listening to commentary is gonna be maybe a bit boring, and also this is like just replaying the game. It already took 2 hours. It's gonna be too much. So hopefully we can go through one chapter. But like, I get what they're saying about like, you know, oh, you get this like unique experience. You get to like really, you know, feel out these different elements and think about it. But I'm just thinking like, okay, narratively, why would this be here? Which is taken away when certain elements are random, and then also certain elements are like, when there's no clear narrative through line to really focus on, which kind of detracts from any kind of ability to think of things outside of that, of what the main thing is.
Create some kind of reward for the player when they explore the island. There are some areas of the game where it's a little bit more quieter. There's no music or there's no voiceovers. So I kind of wanted to create a bit of an incentive for people to explore. And you'll find around the island that these kind of like random scattered items that are usually slightly out of place from the environment themselves, but in another aspect they actually bring a little bit of story to the island itself, usually to the island or to the actual protagonists or you know, the characters that surround it. So you'll find that around the island these little props and stuff. Just keep your eye out for it if you're exploring.
Yeah, but like it didn't feel like it led to anything, especially since the island is more of like a dream, or again like a limbo, purgatory, hellscape, where it's like more interpretive. And so it's like it plays into that, but when I see that first, like the car thing, I'm like, oh, did they drive off? Like, how did this get here? And then the answer is just like, you know, it's like important to the story, but you know, there's no logic behind it because it's a dream. And it's like, well, that doesn't give me a lot to really digest or anything. It's just, oh, okay, this is part of the narrative, which I guess the things I've really noticed were, I don't know, I'm curious to try and notice some of these things that like other people like are more unique to my playthrough. I'm not seeing a lot of it. Maybe there was something in the lighthouse I wasn't paying as much attention to. I don't know. I don't remember if the elements were there, but anyway.
So people ask why the Dear Esther's set on a Hebridean island. What's really interesting about this is one of those times when your kind of aspirations as an artist and the practical realities kind of dovetail. We knew that we had to have some way of limiting the player from disappearing off the play space, and when we made the original, it was a mod, and because it was a Half-Life 2 mod, you kind of had Eastern European city, spaceship, or blasted, desolate landscape. You had 3 options if you didn't want to start making any other assets. So it started off with these practical constraints. If we don't want to set it on a spaceship, we don't want to set it in an Eastern European city, so it's got to be on this kind of like this desolate landscape. and we want to limit the player, so an island seems like a natural choice. And it's really interesting how you start from that, and we had this big lump of clay on a table that we were carving out paths and things to annoying the cleaners and things like that. And Jess and I were talking, and Jess started making sort of snippets of music to kind of go in there. And then all of a sudden we just went, oh, that's the story. Oh, that's what happened here. But it really started, I think, from the place. And when we started looking at photographs of Bore, we started going and reading some of the history behind it. Suddenly that was it. And it just was really, really naturally became, this is the place, this is what happened here, this is how it feels. And then everything else kind of coalesced around that.
Yeah, I think as an artist it made my job a lot easier, because those islands are so kind of like, the environment is kind of hostile. You're out there in the Hebrides. You've got this kind of like inclement weather. You've got cold, rain, snow. It's a very kind of it can be a very depressing place to be at times, but it's also at the same time very beautiful, and it's this kind of like stark, bare landscape, but that has this beautiful surroundings. So it's, in terms of art, I think it really helped me to portray a lot of the themes in Dear Esther.
And there was a natural fit with the music as well. It suggested a musical style, which was really key.
I mean, cool creative process, I guess. Sure.
One of the things you're always trying to do as a composer is create memorable themes. And a slight confession is that probably the most memorable theme, which is Remember in Dear Esther, wasn't actually created for the game. Rob's looking shocked. So it was actually from a piece of choral music that I'd written years before, based on a Christina Rossetti poem called Remember. And one of the things I was talking about earlier was how I didn't have any budget. So I had this piece of choral music, and I thought, hang on, this is absolutely perfect for Esther, but I don't want to use all of it. So the only bit that you actually get in the game is the first line of the choral piece of music. But that actually went on to form the main theme of the music that I wrote. And I think for me it's really interesting about how things that you've written earlier, years before, sometimes come in really, really useful and fit. So I always tell people and students not to despair if something doesn't get used or doesn't work at the time, because actually there'll come a place or in a time where you think, hang on a minute, I've got something that fits. So in terms of that memorable theme, the Remember theme gets used in multitude of different ways during the game. And one of the things it does is helps you to identify the kind of psychic place that you're in the game. So the theme is played in lots of different ways, and actually you'll notice that as you go through the game, it becomes more and more broken and more manipulated and broken down as the player goes through the journey and as you're psychologically struggling to get to the end point in the game. So music's really, really useful for highlighting the psychological mood, and we talk a lot about psychogeography, which always sounds a bit pretentious, but actually I think it's really important to what the three of us did in the game.
Yeah, absolutely.
Dan, maybe you want to
sort
talk
of like
a bit
the
about
core
that.
kind of idea about psychogeography. If you're not in the place you're in, is not the place you're in, or you create the place you're in. It's not just as you're here and then the landscape's out there, but you don't navigate like a city by street signs and by those kind of formal things. You navigate it by the things which are significant to you in the way that you've lived in that space. And I think that was really kind of key to, I think it's really central to how the fusion of art and story and music come together in Dear Esther, because it's not a place where we're going, right, we have to lead the player up here because it's a natural formation, and then you would naturally have a piece of music here because you come around a corner. But the story, music and art all work around the idea of what's going on in the narrator's head at this point. How do we represent his emotional state relative to this landscape? And again, it's that idea of the game is, it's a dream of a place. It's like the idea of it being a fever dream or a coma dream, which obviously ties in a lot with the kind of story, and we'll come back to it in a lot more detail when we get to the caves a bit later on.
This is dragging out a lot. This is like so much commentary. I don't know if it like gets less later. I don't know. Because God, I'm just thinking like, okay, if I switch to Journey after this chapter, that's gonna be like 5 hours of stream at this point. I was hoping this would be a little quicker, but oh boy.
Lines.
Okay.
Yeah.
They actually did this. It was really cool. I found this historical document. They used to do this on Bora and the Hebrides. If their disease broke out,
Really?
they'd actually chip out and expose the chalk. So if you're on a boat and you were coming to the island, you know not to land because it was infectious, which is the coolest, most amazing. It's one of those things
So
where
that's
you
how
go,
they died.
it's
Okay.
almost impossible as a writer to come up with something as cool as that. It just has to be something that was actually done, and it's so sad as well. And I love this bit and the fact that we can do it because it feels really real because it references a real thing, and I don't know, there's something really special about that. But it was always one of those bits in the game that I thought we've got to be able to represent this somehow. We have to be able to get these things in here.
Yeah, I mean, that's really interesting. I actually didn't know that was actually based historically in real life. But that's really cool because I mean, my thing about the White Lines is that it was kind of, it was this completely surreal thing, but also it was kind of, it just added to the landscape. It's like, whoa, what the hell is that? And putting that into the game was kind of challenging because to me it just seemed like, oh, it's going to be really hard to pull off in a way that's kind of realistic. But then when you look at the kind of art style of the game, it's not really a realistic thing. Like everything is half imagined. So
Sure.
in that way, it kind of really fit into the landscape, and it kind of creates this amazing sort of landmark that you see in the environment. And I just found it really interesting to hear about that. Yeah.
I think it's one of those things where it's not a realistic place. And I mean, no game is a realistic place anyway, but one of those things where understanding that you're making something which isn't real and you have that kind of capacity to be sort of, to explore it artistically. And we'll come back and talk about sort of like it not being realistic, I think, in a little while. But that's really, really important because then you can say it's about what these things kind of represent or how they make you feel as a player, not about going, is this accurate? And I get really inspired by sort of doing a lot of research into kind of history and things like that with all of our games. Because you can just find those things that just kind of like speak to you. But it's amazing, you can find that in like an 18th century book and go, that really speaks to me now, that has meaning now, and that's fascinating, I think.
Wow, what nerds. I was like half expecting the composer to come in and be like, I really like the White Lines. I think in music they do blah blah blah. It's very cool. I am not gonna bash on the commentary and whatever. It's just like I don't I don't need this much commentary. I was hoping I'd get explanations for what the hell is happening, and I'm just getting a lot more than I bargained for. I feel I'm trying to think how I saved this stream. I think after chapter 1, after we get through these in chapter 1, we're gonna just bolt it because I really do not think we have enough time to do Journey as well, which is quite unfortunate. I was really looking at it. I was like, oh yeah, it should be like easy. This is like a one and done stream. Probably not. It's probably not, which is very sad. So we're gonna like skim through the director's commentary to get the achievement and make sure we focus on the urns. Hopefully we get the urn in this chapter, but yeah, I don't think Journey Journey's gonna happen today. We'll do it tomorrow. We'll make sure to do it tomorrow. We'll have the time. Okay. Anyway, back to you,
Something that I wanted
Rob.
to bring through in the art of the game was the same kind of fidelity that you find in both Jessica's music and Dan's writing. In the same kind of way that you have all of these little details, these very close attentions to detail that kind of really bring richness to the.
Did I miss this message? Did I miss the message about the parry? I don't remember if I heard that one. I don't know if TTS said it or not.
Was just this lack of a
I
visual
was just looking over.
layer of story, and something that I did throughout the the art of the game is to add in all these little details here and there, little bits of story, little links to certain things that you may or may not hear or see. Just a layer of richness in the world and give you some kind of reward for exploring. So keep your eye out as you look around.
Cool. That was shorter. Thank you, Rob. Thank you for making that one a little shorter. The dialogue is still catching up. Okay. Oh my god.
There's a scene in Donnie Darko
Oh.
where Drew Barrymore's playing his English teacher, and she talks about
I wanna
cellar
watch
doors
Donnie
being the most
Darko.
beautiful word in the English language, and about it's the
At some
sound of
point.
the words together. And Dear Esther actually comes from the introduction to From a Faith No More song, the Crab song on the first album, Introduce Yourself. And there's a point where I think it's Chuck at that point as the vocalist before Mike Patton just says Dear Esther, and it really lodged with me because the sound Dear Esther just has a really amazing sound to it. And I think when we started making it, and the idea of it being this series of letters to someone came through, it just came straight back out of going, that's just a really beautiful sounding combination of words. And I think that really sums up the whole approach to the writing in Dear Esther of what's the most beautiful combination of words and images we can put together, and to do it that way rather than writing a traditional plot as such. So yeah, Dear Esther, Faith No More and Doom, that's where it comes from.
Doom. Wait, what? What about Doom? I mean, I'm not gonna bash them. I assume this is a very cheap and so far a very short game, so you know, it doesn't have to be the most intense and impactful and or carefully considered game. It's, you know, it is what it is. And it was a Half-Life mod originally, so I can respect the intention behind the game, why it's here.
I think the central question to the entire experience for most people that have played it or are talking about it is this idea of, is the island real? Is what's going on a literal event of a man walking across a Scottish island, or is it a dream that he's had? Does the island even exist? And one of the things that we try to do with the writing is to constantly lull the player into a position where they got an understanding, they made a decision about what they thought was going on, and then to undercut it. So you never actually were able to settle on any one interpretation. And that was the challenge I set myself when I wrote the original mod, was can we put a story in a game that not only lends itself to multiple interpretations, but there is no stable interpretation. Every single interpretation you have will always have questions, and you'll never be able to fully trust what you think you understand about the game. So it's challenging, I think, for that result. It becomes quite a challenging kind of game story because of that, because you don't ever get that situation to go, I understand it now, I can walk away from this thing and it's all closed off and it's tidy. It was a very deliberate attempt to say, no matter where you think you are with this story, you're always questioning whether or not that's right.
But like, when you do something like that, the way they did it here, it's very hard to balance two things being equally correct at once. I've done that with like 1 or 2 projects before. And it's like, I know that you're trying to do a real dreamy, surreal thing, and so I understand that there's no answer, and that kind of dilutes the whole thing. Like, unless you can really, I don't know, unless you just really jive with what the game is doing, ultimately the whole thing's gonna be a little wishy-washy. And I'm like, man, I wish there was like a better understanding. I guess like there's very clearly some part of the story that's real, but hearing that a lot of the island stuff, like, is the alien real? Is
One of the things
I
that's
don't know.
been most commented on with the audio and the music in Dear Esther is how sparse it is. And that was a really deliberate tactic.
It was very
I wanted
loud.
to leave
The sound design
room
specifically.
for the player to think and to dream.
I can barely hear
and
her
to
over the music
wonder,
right now.
and to put their own interpretation into what was happening. And I think the problem with so much modern media is how bombarded we are constantly. It's the kind of MTV, flash in your face, constant music. And Dan and I watch a lot of drama together, and that really is constant
Endless,
music.
which is constantly telling you what you should feel, like really clearly, and it's like being kind of beaten up by the music sometimes.
And when you read a lot of reviews of Dear Esther, a lot of people say they had this time to think and to interpret, and that was one of their favourite things, that they placed themselves so directly into the game, and it's their experience. And I think that's actually the greatest success of the game on all points, from the story to Rob's art to the music, is we all left space for the player to dream.
I'm trying to find the ashes. I could not disagree with that point more. I don't know, maybe it's just the way my stuff is set up or something. But like the music was going way too heavy, just like but like I don't know, it's just way too intense most of the time. It's like I hear the violin. Yes, thank you. Yes, the very loud violin. Yeah, very subtle that one.
So there's a
Oh
lot
my
of
god.
places in
Where's
the game
the
where you see
urn?
a lot of strange things, and this is very deliberate. Um, One of the things we wanted to do is just kind of like not spoon feed the player every little piece of story. We kind of just, some things are literally just in there to just kind of let you think and let you decide on whatever you want to bring to the story yourself. Um,
Hmm.
so there's, it's kind of like I approached it like an impressionist painting where you've got like this kind of very vague outline of things, but if you stare at it enough, you can kind of like fill in the spaces, and kind of the image comes together on its own. So a lot of these kind of strange uh, pieces of geography and stuff, that's really kind of deliberate in some ways, just to kind of keep the player's mind open and kind of bring their own interpretations of the story through that.
But it's not. There's too much like specific stuff in the game for me to ever fully embrace the idea of like, and I don't know what experience I'm personally gonna get from a Scottish island with a bunch of like car parts and chalk and bioluminescent paint all over the place. Where is this urn? Where the hell is this urn? Uh, Looking out back towards where we came from. Pointed rock. It's over this way. Where is it? Where is this urn? It's here. 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 There it is. And 4 urns. Hey, Tuir. Achievement unlocked. Uncover 4 urns. Let's go. Okay, did we get all of the director's commentary? That's the urn achievement. Good. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Is that all of them? Did I get all 15 for this area? Oh, also, wait, 15. Okay, so it's like 15 per chapter. Yeah, we're gonna run through the rest of them. I can't. There's too many urns, man. Okay, wait. 1, 2, 3, 3. We got that one. 4. It's hard to look at these images. 5, 6, 7, 7, 7. Yes, 7. 8, 9, 10, 10, 11, I think. Yeah, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay. I think we got all of them for this area. So I'm gonna expect to find another 15 in the next area. We'll see. I feel like I should have had the commentary on anyway. Could have gotten 2 birds with 1 stone. Oh well. And now I wasted time looking for that urn when I could have been walking towards the exit. Oh well. Yeah, I don't know. We're definitely skimming through commentary. We're just rushing through them. unless they're like real short. I just do not have the time to. I would like to keep improving on my sleep schedule. So, let's see if we fall through the earth again. We did not. Good. Good. All right. Okay, bam. One.
When I was originally thinking about how to write the music for the game, I suddenly realised that you don't see anybody in the game, and the most important character as such is the island itself. So one of the things that I did with the music was to write the island as if she or he were a character in its own right.
Sure.
And that's really important, I think, that you are.
And you took too
going
long.
through-
Sorry.
Alright, let's talk about walking. Let's do it.
Island's
address
important,
the
got
elephant
it.
in the room, the very, very slow moving elephant in the room. So this might be a longer conversation.
Oh my
because,
God.
It kind of fits with that.
Uh-huh.
So Esther was the first of the what are now called walking simulators.
Oh, okay.
And
Thank you.
it was really interesting that
For that,
us,
I
it
guess.
didn't feel that weird to have a game that was slower than normal, where actually there was lots of time to just walk around and think and look at things. And it was amazing at the time how this was seen as completely revolutionary, and it's really interesting. And it's amazing to see how many other games have kind of like taken it on board. For me, it came from, I didn't see it as being odd to have a game where very little happened, where you thought about what you were doing.
I'm actually interested in
For
this
me, it was
one.
kind of interesting that you could play some of the best moments in Doom are the bits where nothing's happening and you're just doing it, or System Shock, or all those games that I absolutely love.
Okay.
Those quiet moments were the really powerful ones. But Esther is definitely slower than a lot of games, and I think that's actually why it's lasted. I think we did have moments where we went, should it be faster, should we put a sprint button in, but I'm so pleased that we kind of held our nerve and went, no, just as like in real life, I don't run everywhere because that would be weird. It's okay to have a game where you don't run everywhere, and actually it is a bit weird to run everywhere, but if you're going to do that, then you've got to support it in other ways, and I think the music was a really powerful way of supporting that change of pace.
What's really funny for me though, Dan, is that shamefully I'd never played a game before I worked on Dear Esther, so I didn't realise that all games weren't like this, which is now looking back really
That
naive.
explains a lot.
But I didn't realise that games didn't have, always have, this slow pace, and I thought there were lots of meditative games out there, and that actually wasn't really the case at the time, and that's exploded since. But in terms of the music, supporting that pace that you'd set emotionally felt really important. So if you listen to the music, actually the BPM is at a very slow walking speed, and it just almost, there's a lot of things now that say it's called entrainment, that it slows your heartbeat, or it can speed up your heartbeat when you listen to music. And actually I think what the Esther music does really successfully is it makes you almost accept, and more than accept, that speed, you actually start to feel that's the pace of your journey, and that I really like that about the music actually.
It just, it makes you just comfortable.
All right, that's
with
too much. That's
that
too much.
pace.
We're going on. I do like
Radio
that
Mast
bit
in
though.
Dear Esther
That
is
was
obviously-
interesting.
There is a really important kind of design feature, as well as its place within the story. And that, I think, came from, it was really interesting, it being a Half-Life mod to begin with, and the Citadel in Half-Life 2, that it tells you how far you are through the game. You're always looking up to the skyline, am I closer to the Citadel, can I see it? And it lets you know how near you are to the end of the game. And it was really important because Esther's so open in a way, and because there isn't this, you're not using kind of shootouts or kind of gating it with combat encounters to kind of constantly keep you moving. That it was really, really important that you always had that focal point of going, I know exactly from the beginning of the game, virtually right from the start, you know where you're going, you know where the game's going to end up, and you know that sooner or later you're going to be either at the base of that thing or climbing that thing, and it's always there, that red light. And I think particularly with the colour palette of the game, the fact that you've got this very, very, very clear red light that's unlike any of the other colours in the game immediately tells you as a player, this is what the shape of this thing is going to be, this is where I'm going, this gives me a purpose, even if the sort of moment by moment is a bit more abstract.
Yeah, and navigationally as well, it helps you. It draws you in the right direction as you play the game. You can never get lost if you just follow that one landmark.
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting place of where that sort of traditional game design.
Yep,
It's
that's
still- there's
very
loads of it
important,
in
very
Esther,
helpful.
it's just
Actually,
not-
a very helpful part of the game. It's
So
nice to
something you'll
listen to
notice
actual talk
as you look around the
while
environment
roaming this
is,
area.
uh,
Anyway.
you know, from a distance you see the landscape. It's kind of a beautiful place in some ways, but something I wanted to bring to the game was that there's this second layer beneath the surface. Whereas if you look at things closely, you see that the actual island itself is very polluted. It's kind of very rotten. You know, everywhere you look, every rock, every grass surface, it has this layer of filth on it, and it's kind of been put in there just to kind of emphasize further that this island is a really unpleasant place to live. It's like if you scratch the surface, you see like just how corrupt this island is.
Yeah. The walking sim thing is still sticking with me. That was like, that's like a very interesting element of this game to talk about. So
We cast and did all the
So I think
voice
over
direction
here.
for Esther ourselves for the mod, and it was basically Jess and I on a casting website, just listening to people's show reels and finding what's the voice of this thing. And there was never any question about Nigel. I think we heard his show reel for the first time round. It's probably been listened to sort of 30 or 40 actors. And we started listening to his show reel and just both looked at each other and went, that's it, that's him. And it was amazing when Nigel came in. We had, I think, a day and a half to do the whole thing. And he just did that amazing thing that really, really great actors did. If he just walked in, got in front of the microphone, and more or less did the entire thing in one take. And we did hardly any retakes on anything. It just felt like his instinct for the character in the game was so strong that he just, without virtually any direction, just came in and just got it. And one of the hardest things with the voiceover that we did was when we went from the mod, which had 3 potential narrative units per queue, to 4 potential narrative units per queue, was not only finding new bits of writing that kind of complemented and played off what was there in the original mod, but for Nigel to come back in, nearly 5 years later, and to just re-find that voice in exactly the same way and deliver it in a way that fitted in and complemented it was a real testament to his ability as an actor, I think. That apart from we had spent quite a lot of time trying to make the sound actually sound the same in terms of mic placement and things like that, but in terms of the actual delivery of those new monologues, you wouldn't know that was both written and acted sort of 4.5 years after the original thing was done. So the one person who's not in the room sort of today but deserves a huge amount of credit for
Yep,
how
that's very interesting. That's very interesting. Next dialogue.
So this hole in the ground was kind of a difficult thing in some ways. It's a bit of a challenging aspect of the game because in some ways, kind of like, I think for me, we wanted to have this kind of this pit here, and I wanted the player to be able to actually go as close as possible and like look over the edge and you know, kind of have this feeling of dread and stuff. But the other issue that we faced was like,
I wanted to jump in immediately, so fail.
We have no real death in the game, and from a design point of view, Dan, I mean, I don't know what you
it was really hard because you know, it was a game where we couldn't let the player die. We didn't want to have reasons. We had to handle the fact that
so this is where the like comeback mechanic kind of comes back, I guess. Okay, cool. Next dialogue.
One of the really important jobs of a composer, I think, is to provide the player or the listener
Don't waste the music.
with different emotional tones and states. And up until this point in the game, the music has been very sparse, very intimate, and very isolating in a way. But the island is also a beautiful and magnificent place, and what I wanted to do at this point for the first time in the game is to create something that was really epic. So we go from that shift in scale where it's very intimate and small to suddenly realising that this is an extraordinary and magical place to be, as well as a difficult and quite sad and melancholic place to be. So the string players were instructed at this point to play with much more vibrato. Up until this point they've played in a very sort of Scottish style actually, no vibrato, very plain playing. But this was a really beautiful cue to write actually, because it has that scale. You suddenly realise that the island is really big, and you know, you have this beautiful vista, and the music then shifts so the player can actually, just for a moment, I think, enjoy being where they are.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can respect that.
Can I? Yeah, I was going to say this is actually one of my favorite parts of,
1, 2,
of the game.
3.
It's just
It's
where
like 3 down
everything,
there.
all the elements kind of come together perfectly. You've got the music, which just is just epic. As Jess
It's
has
too
said. You've got
much.
the
I
landscape,
think the
which
music here
kind
is
of
too
like
much.
this big open space. You've got all the little
It's like
bits
something
and
in
pieces,
there.
like, into the
I
detail
don't
of
know
the
if I saw
environment,
that
like
before.
movement, there's leaves blowing around, there's the clouds in the sky.
What is that?
There's the mist rising off of the
Huh.
of the grass, and then you've got Dan's
Alright,
voiceover.
anyways, music is too
coming
loud.
in
I
there.
disagree with all
And
their
I think
points
it's-
here. Skip. I mean, it is
Inside
epic,
the
but
Bothy,
you know,
there is
too much.
a randomised chance you can find an ultrasound picture on the table, and I think it's the one
Oh, that was a rare
instance
chance.
of randomisation in the game. That
Oh
is
my
like the
good-
pinnacle
oh,
of
no,
it,
it's here.
Because the idea that Esther
It's
was
still
pregnant
here.
when she died
Okay.
changes everything emotionally about how
Oh,
you
she
understand
didn't have
story.
the baby.
I'm not saying you don't
Oh.
care as much if you don't find it, but it
Okay.
just adds this other layer of just the ground falls away from him the first time I saw it, and the meaning of the crash in Esther's death just means so much more when you go, it's not just about her, there was an unborn child here. And I think that's where the randomisation just hits its absolute peak, because it's one tiny detail that may or may not be there. But if it's there, it's going to fundamentally change the way you feel about the entire thing. And that's the strength that the randomisation elements in Esther kind of provide, that you go,
But again, it's also the weakness.
your likely kind
of the
feeling
randomization.
about the story and your understanding about the story can be changed so absolutely by the occurrence or not of one tiny little prop detail. And that's something which those moments I
Also,
think
was
are
this
what
part of the
make it
building
really,
here?
really special. So it's,
I guess
it's
not.
for me it's almost like the most important prop in the game, because when it happens it's so profound.
I guess
Yeah,
so,
it's-
but if it's
right,
random,
again-
then it's not
So as
profound
leave the
because you
Bothy
don't
and
see
seatbelt
it.
takes
I don't know.
off, that's the one jump scare in the game, which is kind of
Okay.
interesting, because when we
Oh,
made it, we
yeah.
kind of had to, you know, we kind of called it a ghost story, but there was no intention really. We kind of wanted this dreamy, hallucinatory type thing. But when it came out, people started coming back and saying, this game's absolutely terrifying. I was really, really frightened. And that was really amazing. And I think it's because nothing
That
happens.
sequel
We're so
traumatized
trained
people, apparently.
on games to go, there's stimulus all the time. That if nothing happens, you're waiting for something to happen. And kind
is
of,
up
I tend to
here?
go back to again and
Did we
again
go
the
up
whole
here?
sequence in Dead Space 2. When
There was
you
like
go
a
back to
thing
the
in
issue
there.
mirror, and it's like the best bit of Dead Space 2, because for what feels like hours, but it's probably only about 15 minutes, nothing happens and no necromorph comes at you, and it's absolutely terrifying because it's just this space and you're just left in it. So I think the kind of the bird here is really interesting because it can actually really, really make you jump. But I don't know if that was part of why people were saying that the game was really scary, but it was a real surprise when people started coming back and saying, this is a frightening game. And I don't know how much of that is to do with the ideas in the game are frightening when you think about them, and how much of it is to do with just the emptiness and the lack of kind of things
don't
in the
think I
game
can
make
get
it
in
a
there.
really quite stressful or quite frightening place. But it was a real surprise, I think, that sort of reaction from a lot of players when we shipped it.
I mean, there is somewhat of an element of just the dread, I guess. I don't know. The cave especially feels like it could go very wrong at any moment. Caves are not a fun place to be, generally speaking. Although they do have like a lot of bioluminescence, which makes it very interesting to be in. I do think there was like one moment with the sound, but other than that, yeah.
So one of the things that influenced the visuals quite a lot was the tech limitations at the time, and also the kind of themes of the game. Like tech-wise, we were never ever gonna kind of achieve photorealism, and I think that was a good thing. I mean, really, it made us sort of stretch out into other areas, and for me as an artist, it kind of made me think a little bit more creatively.
Sure. Is this a
I did a few
spiral?
tests at the beginning, and when I
Looks
realized
kinda
this
like
was
a
impossible,
spiral
I kind
here.
of went back and I kind of did some
Alright, anyway,
research.
skip.
We should probably talk about some of the inspirations behind it. I'm on a strict you don't talk about Stalker kind of
Oh.
when Rob and I started talking, I think one of the first things that we kind of discovered was how much we're both obsessed with Stalker.
Yeah.
And I think that was one of the major things behind it in terms of when people talk about game inspirations. I mean, for me, there's a lot of FPS stuff in there, Doom, System Shock, but I think Stalker probably more than anything else. And Road to
Oh,
the Picnic, the
I thought they were
Straczynski
talking
novel
about
that
the
Stalker's
person
based
on the hill.
The idea of this incredible space that you didn't understand, that's simultaneously beautiful and threatening. And I think sort of Tarkovsky's kind of films kind of play
Oh, I
into
don't
that
need
as
to do
well.
this.
His
I don't know
version
why
of
I came
Stalker,
over
that
here.
you want to have this
Oh well.
place that you feel rather than think about. And for me, that
Nothing
was like
over
really
here anyway.
kind of core to all of the inspirations for the game. Was this is a space that is about feeling, not thinking.
Yeah, I think the movies in particular. I think I hadn't watched the movies. I'd read the book. And I
Yeah,
played
I
the
thought they
game,
were
but when
talking
I
about
watched
the
movie,
lady
it
or
kind of all
person
made
on
sense
the
to me, like
on the
why I
hill
like
there
the
at
game
the
so much and why I like
at
the
the end.
story.
Are they even
it's
real?
Just like every shot
That's
is like a
again the
painting.
problem
It's
with
like every
dreamy
shot has
games like
its
this.
story to tell. There's very little dialogue in the actual movie itself. There's just these long, lingering shots, and each shot is amazingly beautiful, and in its kind of desolation. And for me, that was like a huge influence. You know, like trying to bring some of that through into the environments. So that is definitely something I'm going to struggle not to talk about.
All right,
the
then
game as
don't
well.
talk about
I'd say the
it because
game,
I'm not gonna
the
let
actual story game.
you. All right, cool.
One of the more interesting and challenging things to do in the visual side of things is to kind of create an emotional connection with the player.
Sure.
With the music, it's very strong, and the dialogue can kind of help you to feel what the character's feeling, but to kind of really create an atmosphere and to create emotion, it's very difficult. So I designed a few things very subtly within the environment to kind of plant imagery into your mind and kind of make you feel certain things. With this shipwreck on the beach, you can kind of like, if you look at it from certain angles, you get this real like it's like a cross sticking up. It's this kind of semi-religious imagery, but it really kind of it's not obvious. It's not in your face. It's just kind of like something that makes you feel like something you know.
You know what I feel?
And,
I feel like it's time to continue.
This is another of my favourite bits in the
Is there
game.
anything
You
over?
come along the edge of the sort of gully and you find hundreds of books, and it's one of the first times where
Oh,
most
right, the
explicitly
books. Okay.
there's the suggestion that nothing you're seeing is real, because there's just no way that this can exist, and it's a really amazing, uncanny
This is
moment.
more
But
believable
it
than the
works, I
car
think, for me,
parts.
because you just go, I don't understand it, but it's lodged somewhere in my head, and I can't get rid of it, and I can't unsee this. And I think for me, like in terms
Like
of
someone
my
could have
influences
fallen.
from books, I mean, there's the obvious sort of stuff like with Burroughs, Cut Up, and things like that going on. But it comes to the kind of books that I really love, that like Roadside Picnic or the other one by the Straczynski.
Wasn't
well,
that where there
absolutely
was
love, is
just a
The
bunch of
Ugly
like
Swans. It's
maps
just full of these images.
earlier that I
you
saw?
go, I don't understand. I literally have no idea what's going on here, but I can't shake it. It's just got its hooks in me. And I think more recently you've got books like Jeff Vandermeer's Annihilation does this so well. Nothing's
Again,
understandable, but
because
you
I
feel the
quickly
logic,
caught
but you
on to the
can't
idea that
understand the
nothing
logic, but
mattered,
you
which maybe
feel
is
like the
because more
logic's
games,
there.
more recently have done it. Hold on, I'm gonna turn this down a little so I can talk over when I need to. The idea that like other games have done this, where, which is a testament to this game. If they were one of the first people to do this kind of like walking sim, emotional like experience type games, is that the problem is because I know that it's that kind of experience. It's like RE4. This is always going to be my example because I've played other third-person shooters that have copied off of RE4. RE4 didn't feel nearly as impactful for me. This being one of the first times this kind of thing happened. When you go back, it's missing a lot of the fine polish that newer games have. I can see the appeal of it, and I see the value of it, like on its own, but you know, that whole abstract surrealism thing kind of loses its luster simply because it's been done a few times now.
And that,
Anyway.
I think, is a really
Next.
powerful thing.
One of the really important images in the game is the radio mast, and the soundscapes that I wrote for the game are really tied into this idea. So it's the concept of the tortured sounds that they're so broken down, they're so manipulated, and it really is supposed to represent the inner state of the protagonist at this point. It's that fractured understanding. So it kind of works on two levels.
I'll let her go on
actually.
for a minute
We have
while I
the
look up
narrator
the
who's trying to
collectibles
understand
again.
the journey that he's on, and we also have the audience's journey and their struggle for comprehension to understand what's going on in the game. So this distortion, this breaking down, this fragmented, kind of tortured sound really ties into the idea of the radio mast and that idea of communication, actually. That the game is trying to communicate something to you, the narrator's trying to tell you something, but it's so difficult to understand what that is.
Uh-huh. Alright, hold on, I didn't make sure. So we got the one at the entrance, we got the one before you go to the buoy. Got the one coming down from the buoy. I'm getting a flashback. I feel like I've seen this. Did I look up this? I'm getting deja vu. So this game just looked very similar to other games with like commentary things. Looking at these like screenshots, I'm getting a real memory. Let's look down at the hole. Hold on, let me go like backwards maybe. See if I can figure it out there. Cave entrance, books, the boat, the way down, entrance to the way down, outside the backyard of the one house, inside the house, going up to the house, the hole, the shipwreck, cargo, the shipwreck, wreckage and pollution. I think we're good. Okay. I think we've got all of them so far. Hopefully. Is there a way to see this? Is there a way to like keep track of this? I don't know. But let's go. And we're in the cave. Cool. Let's go. Man, that guy died or something. That's crazy. The guy who was me, I think, right? Unless there was not 4 characters, or unless there were 4 characters, I don't understand entirely. It's so confusing. Hopefully they actually start explaining what the story part of this is. Please. Although it sounds like maybe they won't.
The caves in the game are really interesting because it's a very tonal shift within the whole visual look of the game. It's kind of like this more organic, more surreal, dreamlike landscape compared to what you're used to before this point. It's we kind of used the visuals and this kind of unreal theme very subtly, but here it's kind of at the forefront. And it's, to me, it's kind of been designed as this kind of journey through the inner self, through the body.
Sure.
And it's really designed to be a very different experience compared to the rest of the game.
I agree. I like that. Oh, is that all? Okay. Yeah. I mean, that's a very cool... I actually like the idea of caves representing the inner self or the, like, inner workings or whatnot. That's cool. I like that.
This, for me, is probably the most pivotal music cue in the game, and it's the one that most people write to me about to say that they are absolutely obsessed with and they love. It's the only music cue that has singing. It has a female voice, and I think that's a really important shift for me, that you've gone from this beautiful string music, but it's quite abstract, into what is effectively a song. And with lyrics, so you're actually explicitly saying something as a composer at this point.
Is it? I feel like it's more moaning.
I think it's important to say for me is it's the biggest shift from the music that I wrote for the
I
mod.
can't hear you because of the music. Alright, we're gonna continue.
I just want to say that I think you can divide caves in games into pre and post Dear Esther. I think that it's just a way of breaking away from reality into saying,
I mean, he's not
what
wrong.
you can do with these spaces that actually makes things incredibly, much more vividly colourful and much more kind of interpretative and look for it. And it's really interesting that I kind of
Still
I look
can't
at
drown.
caves now in games, and I find myself going, "That's a very Rob Briscoe cave." And I think that's a really an amazing thing to have achieved. So I think it's one of those. It's great paying other people's work compliments. I enjoy that because you never feel like you're being big-headed about yourself. But I think it is. I think particularly it does come again down to that blend between the audio and visuals that just it's a real high watermark. I kind of it's one of the areas in all of the games we've made that I'm most proud of.
I think as well, you think you know what you're getting with Dear
Yes.
Esther for the first 45 minutes.
Okay, I think this is mostly about the caves. I will give credit if that is true. I like how they kind of have to I kind of have to go through the commentary to understand why this is a significant game. I've heard a lot about Dear Esther before. I didn't understand it when I was first playing through an hour ago. Now I understand it. I'm like, okay, I'm dumb. These people are big brained. They like a big respect for them creating these like or being, I guess, an early adopter of these very realistic looking caves. There's so many good games that have done caves that like this. I recognize it, and now I'm like, oh, it was here? That's a pretty cool detail, if that's true. I'm gonna turn this up a little bit, I think. Not like too much, but I don't know. I also just wanted to like break from that and be like, I can understand it. I am baby. These people are giants that future game developers have stood on the shoulders of, and so I am dumb and cannot understand the depths and the complexity and the importance of the game. So there's that.
Of the game, wherever we are at
Anyway,
this point, and then
I'm gonna skip though.
I think when you're designing a game, it's very easy to get very locked into what the system can do. And you're trying to deal with all the different variations of things that if a player does this, then this. And we have to deal with the consequence here. And our lead designer, Andrew, and I talk about this all the time about you might have an idea, but then how does this radiate out throughout the entire system? And you get very caught in the idea of what the system has to be and how robust the system has to be and this kind of thing. And I think what's really important as a sort of a designer, as a creative, is that understanding that actually the real game is happening in the player's head, and that the system can be whatever you want it to be, but if the game isn't running in the player's head as opposed to on the screen, then you're missing a trick. You're not letting the game be everything it could be. And I think
I like that
great
statement.
thing about working with a game as simple as Esther in a way is that those sort of consequences of player interaction, there's not a huge number of them in the way that there might be with a very mechanically complex game. So you can really heavily focus on what is the game experience that's being played out within the player's sort of mind and heart at the moment. And
Alright, anyway.
what's really important to me is that Dear Esther started out as a Half-Life 2 mod. And if the Half-Life 2 modding community hadn't championed it and celebrated it and downloaded it a lot and talked about it and loved it, then it would never have been a game. So it's never really bothered me the kind of is it a game conversation, because as far as I can see it, Dear Esther and like everything that's come after it has been inspired by it. This was championed by Half-Life 2 modders. And
Yeah,
they
I feel
made
like we
what it
covered
is.
this point
And so
already.
if you've made
Very
something-
impressive that this was a mod. It makes me
Dear
respect
Esther
the
was
game
my first
100
foray
times more.
into writing music for games, and I actually approached it very traditionally, so more as a film score than a traditional interactive game music score. And what's really interesting for me is that the lack of interactivity in the music was never a problem for anybody that played the game. And that's a separate discussion, but there's a big schism between game music composers of how much the music should be following the player at all times in terms of interactive music. But one of the reasons I wanted to say something at this point was that this was my little first journey into thinking about how you write music for games rather than films. So I had this song that was a certain length, and Dan said, well, we don't know how long the player is going to take to traverse through that space. And I thought, oh no, he's right, and slightly panicked. So this was a very simple solution where the song was split in half, and then I wrote some drone music that could just play for as long as was needed as the player walks through the space, and then the second half of the song would seamlessly play. And it's very, very simple, but it's quite emblematic for me in terms of my career, because it was the first time that I had to think about the player. Because with film music, it's so simple. You know exactly what's going to happen when. But this concept of interactivity was so new for me. So I kind of look back at it fondly, because it's quite a basic approach to, you know, compared to something like Everybody's Gone to the Rapture, where that was an open world adventure where I had to really think about the player and their movement through the space. So I kind of look on this very fondly, this moment in the game.
That's kind of cool. That's a fun thing to talk about, is like, hey, how do you make the music feel like it just never starts or stops or starts? How do you make it all feel so seamlessly fitting within the game moment? That's nice. It's a cool moment, especially hearing her journey with it and how she developed as a composer.
With Esther, really. But it felt like a really amazing metaphor of taking these letters and folding them into boats and then letting them leave the island, because you kind of, you know, at this point in the game, it's kind of the realization is there that this isn't going to end well, and that the narrator is never leaving the island, and the idea that this kind of, again, the idea of communication, or the attempt or failing communication, or trying to speak through the coma, or whatever it is, however you want to interpret it.
Is a coma?
The idea of putting the boat in the underground river really felt like it kind of reinforced that dream-like kind of
maybe not
quality of the caves, of actually there's something really sad about this one boat, because when you see it go past, you know that even the boats aren't going to leave the island. Like this is something which doesn't have a tidy, neat kind of like resolution. And there's, even if you don't sort of think about it,
that's very interesting
symbolism. It's one
symbolism.
of those things that I really love about games that you can do, where it's just a moment that has a really distinct emotional tone to it, that you go, there's a pause when you see that boat goes past, that I just think is, it's something special you can do with kind of media like games.
It's not the boat going past that's as impactful. After hearing that, the more impactful thing is the fact that they're all like clumped up over there at the exit of the cave. The fact that they're all just like stuck there, and the fact that the ones on the beach later didn't really go very far, you know, that's more impactful, because that means, like, you know, it's a failed attempt at communication, which is a very interesting way to approach that. I didn't think about them as letters, so that's like a really good little metaphor or symbolism or whatever for a lack of, or a struggle to communicate outside of yourself. Also, is this a coma? That kind of, I feel like there's some visual representation of that with the tower, because it's like the blinking red light is kind of like the pulse. You know what I mean? That's an interesting way to think about that. Are we in a coma? Maybe, maybe not. But it's an interesting little parallel or comparison or connection, whatever.
In a lot of ways, the caves were the hardest area of the game to actually write, because we knew we didn't want to have much voiceover in there. I think because of the strength of the music, and this goes right back to the original mod, we wanted that to be the voice and for it to be a chance for Esther to speak rather than the narrator. And we also wanted to have this break, so when the narrator came out from the caves, you had a real definite sense of something happening, and that he had changed as a result of this journey. So it meant really felt wrong to have a lot of voiceover within there, but then that made it really difficult, because then it was, you had like 4 one-sentence lines in there, and each one of those had to have an absolute clarity and to really, really kind of work. So I think for me, it was really interesting. It's like the difference between writing kind of fiction and writing poetry. When you read really amazing poets, and you have that incredible surgical precision where every single word is considered and placed so absolutely. And rather than being able to kind of, because the narrator rambles quite naturally, it was able to, you could kind of,
I think that's the weakest part for me, is the writing.
Sound here is a classic
Just
case
I
of, again,
didn't,
what
it didn't
music,
work
I
for me.
think, does really well,
I didn't
which
get
is
it.
you've had this soft, lyrical, beautiful, epic, dreamlike music, and then the moment you come out of the caves, you're into this really harsh soundscape, and the tonal shift is very, very brutal, I think, and deliberately so. You have very little music when you come out of the caves, you hear the wind, and it's a classic case of foreshadowing. So we know from this point that things are probably going to get bleaker, more difficult.
Sure.
And yeah, it's something that music does really well, I think, which is that emotional signalling and signposting.
I just thought, wow, that wind is really loud right now. I didn't think, oh no, he's gonna jump. It's not
This one
my
area moved, didn't it?
interpretation.
The original mod, this was a
Yeah.
cave right at the beginning of the caves where
Yeah.
everything was written, and it moved to the back end of the level, and we have this long corridor that's full of these kind of it's the point of high madness, I think, in the game, isn't it?
Yeah, it's kind of just where you feel like you're losing the plot completely, both like visually and auditory, and you know, it's kind of like this really frenetic moment for me.
I think it's where you feel most that you're underneath a mountain, and you feel
Yeah.
the weight of that mountain, and just I loved the idea when we were, putting through it of what would it actually take to do this, like to actually paint all these symbols and what is going on, and it really is quite an explicit kind of thing of madness of going, you would have to be insane or very, very disturbed to actually do this, and what is the process that this person's trying to work through, what they trying to achieve by this. And I think it really strengthened it, making it a crawl through a tunnel as opposed to just a static location.
Yeah, I think it's
Sure.
the
I'm
consistency.
gonna continue. I don't.
This is a bit more of a contentious one because we disagree on this one. I struggle with this. When
Alright.
the points in,
I didn't think
in
about
the
the
caves
mountain
where
thing.
you duck above and
I
below
still
the
don't.
water, and you have to have that
It's a cave.
transition of audio. And I love the audio on both sides of the surface tension of the water, but I really struggle with you breaking water because it's such a hard edge to the sound, and I don't think there's any other way around that. And you need to have those moments where you do go underwater because it's so important. But it's one of the areas that's never sat very comfortably with me, because I feel like in a level which hasn't got a single edge in it, it's the one edge within it, and it breaks me.
And that's why I think it's so successful, because you've been lured into this completely hallucinatory, dreamlike world, and then all of a sudden, as a player, you're literally gasping for breath. You're coming up for air. And I think when we're talking about that metaphor of the body, for me, this is all, it's so about...
Me literally joking about the fact that there's no breathing mechanic, and so I just stick my head down there and keep it there. Man, it's just this moment of gasping for air, me just diddling around underwater for like a minute or two.
birth, and it's about this coming through the water. And
I can make it,
actually,
I can
it's
make
a
it.
moment
Ah.
of realisation for me, but then you're having to go back under again, and you're diving down. So for me, without wanting to sound incredibly pretentious, it's about the fight between the conscious
There's
and the
two dialogues
subconscious and that
here.
struggle. Booyah!
There's
Oh,
actually
yeah.
a really there's actually a really interesting thing about that underwater.
All right.
scene.
Anyway, what is this?
The motorway scene, the biggest.
Explain.
The biggest new addition to between the
Oh,
mod
it's new.
Yeah.
and the commercial version. This didn't exist in the mod at all. It was a completely new thing.
Yeah, it's well, I wasn't sure where the idea spawned from to have this scene, whether I just sort of went off or we discussed it, or I can't remember.
I can't remember. Can you remember?
How far up can I go?
Didn't it? And then
Yeah, it was just
Ooh,
this
kinda
kind
far.
of. I think for me, actually, I remember being some technical.
I'll try to get this
difficulty
first.
between the drop and then coming out at the end part, but it was like it was the same thing that we dealt with in the past of like, how do we not kill the player? From a technical standpoint, I think it might have been something to do that, but it was also I can't remember where the whole thing came from.
I think it's my favourite point in the whole game, actually. I think it's just it's quite shocking, and it's so surreal, and it's so beautiful. And from an audio point of view, you have that baby's heartbeat bringing us back to the idea of the ultrasound. Was Esther pregnant? And it, again,
Baby's
it's one of
heartbeat.
those moments that I think everything
Specifically?
just kind of collates together, and it's so unexpected.
Yeah, for me, it's like a moment of realization.
Is
Yes.
it?
It's like it's it's coming to terms with something almost.
whether or not what actually is going on at the moment is real, this did happen. There's kind of an absolute. I remember playtesting it, and I didn't know that the car can get switched out with a hospital gurney, and I must have played it. I was like 3 or 4
The
times
car?
into play testing it. And the first time it switched out and it was a gurney, and I really remember kind of sitting there and going, "Oh God, that's just," and really being just stopped in my tracks by it.
This is
And it's
supposed
one
to
of
be
those
a
weird things you get when
car?
you're making a game that you know you'll never have that same.
Did I
those
just get the
moments that a
best
player
version
does,
of this?
where you know it all so
Where I
well.
just
It's
understand
really,
everything
really rare to be
immediately?
in a situation where you actually get a genuine, fresh player's eye view on what you're making.
Yeah, I was always a bit worried that it was maybe a bit too literal. Like we gone a bit too literal with that. But I think looking back at it now, there's still a lot of strangeness going on there. Obviously, it's the whole scene is unusual, but there's still these like very subtle details that are there that kind of still making you think, what does that mean? Like I think if you look closely, there's like coins
Yeah.
scattered around and things like that. It's
And for me, it's, again, sorry to keep going on about it, but it's about layers of subconscious for me. You start overground, you go into the caves, you go deeper, you're falling down, it's going down the rabbit hole effectively,
Yeah.
and then you go to the deepest level, and that's actually the truth, that's the reality, that's what happened.
Car crash, baby in mother while car crash, both die. I also die, or am I dying of grief from like, am I in a coma? Am I suffering from like depression and I do actually jump off the tower? Still very uncertain. But that's an interesting one to be like, oh yeah, that's like a maybe thing. That like can happen. Anyway, we gotta try to climb up here.
So the admission really is that I did play fast and loose with the geography of the M5. There isn't actually welcome break services just outside the junction of Sanford, but
As
we
has
also
been
know
pointed
as
out
has
to
been pointed
you.
players. I mean, what a thing if you make something that's based vaguely on somewhere in real life. In terms of a compliment, when you're getting emails from players going, there isn't a welcome break there, and people really trying to work out where is this, and whole threads about where on the M5 it is. That's just the most amazing feeling. But I think what I think works really, really well in Esther, and again it's something that I think is really carried forward to our other games, is that a lot of the time we're not dealing with kind of like big, glamorous, amazing, epic places. It's a sort of like a ratty little island in the Hebrides. It's someone who lived in Wolverhampton. It's just outside, a service station on a stretch of the M5, and I think that earths what's going on. Gives it a realness as well, particularly when you sort of put it against the surrealness of the caves. Actually, kind of going, this is really surreal and this is really, really dreamlike. But actually, I'm talking about, a car accident just outside a little chef, and it kind of that playing off those two things against each other.
It's like making the ordinary extraordinary.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, so that is... Okay, so the island is way, way more surreal. And really, it's just like this unfortunate incident, I guess. Okay. Huh. I mean, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with it being like, actually, it's this very normal thing. I don't know.
This scene for me is like really, really iconic because it kind of brings this idea of the caves being an inward journey through the body together. It's really kind of like a
symbol of
rebirth, and it actually brings together a lot of the visual.
Even though we jump off the tower, but I guess we turn into a bird, so.
With a lot of the symbolism in the game, like I've talked a little bit about how the environment was kind of designed to provoke emotions and kind of the impressionistic
go
style.
look at the collectibles
gives you just enough information
again
to
and
make
let them go for a little longer.
think of things and feel things. But this is probably like the antithesis of this, and the whole feeling of rebirth here is quite.
I think
strong.
we're doing good on
Jess,
collectibles.
Yeah, the music's
maybe
really supporting that.
Yeah,
because we've gone, she sings always, always throughout, we've got always, always, and then she sings never, and a moment of absolute soaring. It's the climax of the music.
As you come out of the water and the music kind of swells and you just kind of, it is like a moment of change has happened.
Yeah.
I think we're good
It's
on
rebirth, isn't it?
these.
For me, it's
I
his
don't know.
moment of clarity.
It's
and
getting very
acceptance
hard for me to
and
tell if
understanding
we've
of
gotten all
reality
the
of what's happened.
And you're literally moving
all the
towards light
dialogues.
at the end of the tunnel.
Yes.
You're actually doing that as you go through.
All right.
I
Anyway,
the music, especially, I think before the music got layered in, that scene was nowhere near as kind of powerful for me. Like that kind of just totally made it.
Okay. Sure. Okay. Interesting. But it's not a he dies. I don't see an interpretation of this where the guy is alive at the end. I see no interpretation where this man is still alive.
Dan
It's
and
just
I
about how
worked on
sad is
lots
it
of
that he
projects
died
together,
and
non-game projects
him
before we
becoming dead.
made Dear Esther. And I think the thing that links all of the projects that we've worked on together is that idea of hidden stories and layers of stories. And one of the things I wanted to do with the music was to embed hidden little hints and stories into it. So the music that you hear here has Morse code, and the Morse code is spelling out the word Esther. And I really liked this concept of that some people would understand that it was Morse code and try to
That's
figure out what it
so
was saying.
clever,
It
actually.
also provided a really interesting rhythmical dynamic. And yeah, it's just about
Dude,
these ideas
that's-
of hidden stories and layers, but it also starts to emphasize the obsessional
That's
nature,
so
I think, of
clever.
the story in Dear Esther, and his.
Why do I not hear about this happening more in things where they use Morse code in songs? That feels like such an obvious one, dude. That's so smart.
Agitation
That's so
and
good,
slight
actually.
panic. So you're getting this rhythm.
That's awesome.
It's
I am
probably
gonna
the
skip through
level
that,
which
though.
has changed most from the original mod. I think it's much bigger than the final level in the mod. And one of the major changes in there was in the original mod, the whole side of the cliff face was covered in painting and writing, and a lot of that moved inside to that corridor in the caves where it's really obsessionally painted on. And it was really we spent so long on that because we were trying to get it looking right, because it's one of those really interesting examples where I loved the image and the idea that you've got this guy painting the entire side of a mountain with words and symbols and things. But it was really interesting when it went into the rebuild, it just never worked. And I think it was because the environment was so crude in the mod that those symbols and that painting became the focus of the level, and it changed the feeling of the level completely, when actually that just wasn't something we could realise in any way, that not even technically but just didn't artistically look and feel right. And I think probably sort of retrospectively looking back on it, that's about the sort of the sophistication and the subtlety that then came into the art, rather than just being this is literally just a canvas that we write words on, to actually the environment telling its own story without the story being literally painted on it.
Yeah, it was very difficult when we were experimenting with that to kind of like make it not completely unreal. Like I think for me it was kind of, I wanted to kind of bring the player a little bit back into reality after the caves, and I think with
How close can I
those
get?
symbols everywhere, it was kind of
I
pushing
don't.
them out a little bit. So I think what
Okay.
I think one of the most fascinating things for me about planning this director's commentary has been that in previous years, when all the three of us have talked about Dear Esther, we've talked about the interpretation of the player, but actually going through this together, post having made it, we're still surprising each other.
Yeah.
And I think that's
Yeah.
really, really interesting for me.
That's wild.
Because
That
it
they just
shows
didn't
that
know
we
things
left
about
interpretation
about
with
it.
each other, and that we trusted each other actually just to get on with it. And because we each brought our own special and unique contribution to the game, we didn't have to, in a way, talk it to death or say you have to justify every idea you have or talk it to death or explain it. That Rob's idea that the island is very tainted and corrupt, and my idea that Dan didn't know that the whole level of the caves is a birth metaphor. I think it's really amazing that we're still finding out things about the game that we didn't know.
I think it was nice.
Good
when I came onto it, 'cause
collaboration.
Dan was basically like
Very good collaboration
he gave me
to
a
just
bunch of
trust each other
materials, but he
to do their
left me
part and do
to my
something
own
cool.
devices for a lot of it, and we kind of like I'd finish the level and Dan would play it and give me some feedback, but he was very kind of like hands off at the beginning, which was really nice, kind of. So a lot of my interpretations just came through that downtime where I was just kind of like going off and doing my own thing, and so yeah, it's like interesting to hear Dan talk about it sometimes, because like there's some backstory that I've never
It's
even considered
waffling on a
before.
little bit. I'm gonna go.
One of the really nice things
It is
about
cool, though.
the move from
Cool
the mod
point.
to the commercial version
They
is
were
that we
making
had a couple of years worth of the community
about
talking about the
teamwork.
game before we went back into it again. And one
Oh
of the
wait,
things
there's
that I
one
read
up
on
here.
the forum was that someone had constructed this amazing version of the story where they'd decided that the narrator was Paul. And I hadn't thought of that. It was never part of the original writing. And I thought,
I still don't know
that's
who the
so
narrator
amazing
is
that as a writer,
or the player.
your audience can find something in what you're doing that you hadn't thought of. So it was really important when we went back in to record the additional set of voiceovers. I thought, I absolutely want to do this. I want to take this idea that's come out of the fans and to run with this and to add an entire new sort of stream of story in there. So we added in a couple of cues within the force level that intimated much more strongly that actually Paul wasn't this other character who caused the accident, but actually you were responsible for everything. But again, it was then trying to find that balance of not overcooking it, so you weren't led to that idea. But just if you happen to have the combination of just a couple of narrative units, then you would possibly come to that interpretation. But it was really amazing to be able to say, it felt like giving something back to the fans that had enabled us to make the remake in the first place. And it's always a lovely moment as a developer to be able to recognize your fan community and kind of say, thanks, this one's yours, this one's here for you.
So who? Wait, do they even? So are we Paul? If they weren't thinking about that, then we're just like some rando who decided to jump off. No, that doesn't. Surely we're. I think we're Paul. I'm pretty sure we're Paul. Esther died in the car crash with the baby.
That I always really responded to
I think,
emotionally
maybe.
was those shrines that you see on the road, and sometimes they're dedicated to saints, and sometimes they're to markate where an accident
Is there
has
anything back
taken
here?
place. So you'll get photos of the deceased person and flowers and candles. And it always really touched me.
I don't think so.
And so I
think we're
said to
good.
Rob, I think it would be
Let's
amazing
go over
to
there.
get these into the
Also,
game
person.
somehow. And then Rob took that idea and ran with it. And I think they're so successful and they're so beautiful and they're really moving. And I think it's because you had this elemental scale. You have the island and it's huge and you have that scale. And all of a sudden you come around this corner and it's absolutely brought back to the human scale again and to that relationship of the individual. And I think the other thing that it does really successfully is it's a kind of magic realism, because there's no way that you could have all those amounts of candles lighting your way. Who's lit them? The island is empty. Who's put those shrines there? But I just think it's a really lovely
person
bit
literally
of
up there.
environmental storytelling, actually.
Person literally up there. But at this point, I feel like you definitely know it's like a dream or something. Or at least I'm more inclined to believe that. So, doesn't ruin the question of who's doing it. They're still up there. They're still there. Who is it? Esther? Probably. There's two characters as far as I can understand.
What's fascinating to me, Dan, is that you're an atheist, but each of the 3 games that we've made are so strongly about religion, either the language or taking allegories and stories. Why are you so drawn to it?
I think I'm really interested in people and the stories that make up people. And I think there is like in the Bible, like most kind of religious texts, it's not about what it is, it's about what is behind what it is, and that's what you're really getting to, is the idea of the sort of the parable or the metaphor.
Yeah.
And it really felt like, particularly with Paul on the road to Damascus, is a story that many people know and we can understand, and it's about redemption and consequence and guilt and transformation and who you really are and what that means. And it felt like just a really strong, powerful way of making it very accessible, the narrator's kind of inner turmoil, in a kind of a story that we know really well. And there's a universality to those kind of questions that, you know, whether it's, you know, Christianity, whether it's Islam, whether it's kind of Buddhism, that they're asking very broadly similar questions. What does it mean to be human? What does it mean to be a good person? How should we behave to each other? How should we feel about the world we're in? And it's a really powerful way of speaking to a lot of people. I think that's always been really important as well, is that it's about saying, no matter who you are or what your kind of like outlook on life is, whether that's, you know, faith-based or secular, that we are all effectively asking the same questions. And that's why I think all our games kind of tend to be around those questions.
Interesting. That okay, so definitely confirmed. We are 100% Paul. I don't think there's any other interpretation for that. But it is interesting. I think Sahara is very a very similar thought process of like just understanding why something like the Bible was written the way it is, and like the meaning, the not the meaning behind it, but like the reason it was written the way it was written. She is very she understands a lot of that kind of text and stuff. That's interesting. That's very cool.
Is Dear Esther
Very
a
good way to
depressing
approach
game
it.
or a hopeful game?
For me, it's kind of like a mix of both, really. I think, like my interpretation is kind of like always feel like kind of depressed when I think about the kind of turmoil that this guy's been going through for God knows how long, and the kind of environment he's been in, and all these events surrounding his story. But for me, I always feel like a little bit hopeful at the end. Like the conclusion just feels like a relief, and like this is kind of all
Sure.
ended in some way.
I
What do you
certainly.
think, Jess?
I think it's a game about acceptance, and
Of
I really
what?
like that. And I think it's telling that a lot of people with mental health issues have responded really positively to the game, and we get a lot of emails and
Have-
letters from those
I guess the
people
bird
saying that it's
thing.
helped them through a really difficult time. And for me, that's because it's about the struggle of being human, that it's hard and that we love and that we grieve and we lose, but we come through it. And those things are what makes us human, that it's transformative and that the pain is part of life. And that's a really beautiful message. And I think that's what you do so well, Dan. That's what you write about. You write about what it is to be human. So, Dan, you wrote it.
Sure.
Without wanting to cop out, one of the things about writing it that I really wanted to do was to make something that people could take and could own, and it would be their take on it, and that their interpretation of it mattered in a way that mine didn't. My job was to give them the architecture to interpret in their way. So
I think that is a cop out. I do. I think as a
I think it
writer,
is.
you always have.
yeah, I think it's redemptive. But I don't think the redemption is as cut and dried as it's all okay at the end. It's not okay at the end, but there is a release. There's an escape. That bad times will happen, but they will end, and they won't always end positively, but they will end. And that's I think, the redemption of it, of saying that
This
things are never
too shall
easy.
pass.
This too shall pass.
Which my mum
yeah.
always says, and I think that's probably the motto of the Chinese room,
Yeah,
actually,
absolutely.
isn't it?
Like, I don't think it's as kind of openly positive as, say, Rapture had a much more strongly positive end. I don't think Esther has. I think it's much greyer than that. But I think fundamentally it's about coming to terms.
So my understanding of the story right now is like, I think both of them died, right? Or Esther probably died in the car with the baby. Paul died, or Paul was in a coma. He's probably like internally, this is like his brain coming to terms with it all. I have the sense that the island does exist and maybe they've been here. I would have to listen back to that god awful writing. I'm sorry, the writing I just don't I don't vibe with it. The like narrator. But I get the sense that like they've been here and this was like a place that mattered to them just as like a place that they explored or visited or whatever. But Paul's definitely in a coma, maybe an actual purgatory or hell or limbo or whatever. And I can see like a brighter side to this. I didn't see like a clear conclusion here, but I can kind of see it better now that like he probably passed on, but he was able to kind of forgive, to move on from the grief and what happened, which is good. I don't know. Maybe this game is just not for me. I'm not in a mental state where I need this game to undo or clear up things in my head. Maybe, I don't know. It's interesting. I'm glad I'm doing this commentary run and really trying to understand what they were going for. Even if, I'm harping on a lot of things like the writing and the music. So, but I understand better now.
So, Dear Esther is the first walking simulator.
And it's still my interpretation to some
How do you
extent.
feel about walking simulator?
You know what? I think I took offence to it when it first became a thing, but you know, I think actually I don't mind it so much now. I think
Good.
the fact that we have kind of taken ownership over it, like that genre has been kind of made our own by not just our game, but like a bunch of different games have kind of embraced it. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I'm still really confused about the need to categorise in games, probably more than any other creative industry, and I think it shows that games have a long way to come in terms of how we describe an experience. So I do agree with Rob that it's really positive that we reclaimed Walking Simulator, but I still find it reductive, possibly, as a term. What about you, Dan?
I think for me, it's people want to know what they're buying and what they're getting into, and I think it's so people understand what a walking simulator is now. In a way, that if it was like first-person adventure or slow-moving, not very interactive, story-driven games, they're all sort of really very fluffy. But I think if you buy a game and someone says it's a walking simulator now, you've got a pretty good idea what you're getting. And there's been there's Gone Home, Firewatch, Stanley Parable. There's so many other really good titles that kind of fall within that group of games out there now that it does have an identity, and I think that's the really good thing about it. I mean, when Esther came out, there was literally nothing. We had no idea how we described it or what we called it.
We actually struggled with that quite a lot.
Yeah, and sort of ended up being sort of like a ghost story because it felt like it was the closest thing we could get.
Almost
but it feels
messed
like
up.
now you can make a game like this and you can say it's a walking simulator, and people will know what it is straight away.
Yeah, I think that's the nice thing is there's a whole group of games out there now that quite comfortably put themselves into that category, and so it's like if we were to come out before and just said it's a walking simulator, people would have been like, well, that sounds terribly boring. That doesn't. Why the hell would I play that? But now people kind of are a little bit.
Seek them out.
Yeah, now people are kind of familiar with what that means. The people out there who actually seek this sort of stuff out, and it's kind of really cool. I mean, me myself, I would actually do that, use that as a term to search. But yeah, I mean, it's a very simplified term for what our game is, and there's obviously a lot more to it than walking. But I think when you look at other genres, they're also kind of very simplified. You know, first-person shooter, role-playing game. It's to me it doesn't seem as bad as any of those other things.
There's like so much to that commentary specifically. The thing about like categorization of games, I don't see it as a negative. I think that it just helps people understand and compare games better and be like, why are these like similar? Why is this a category in general? I feel like you can get really in the weeds about why there are game genres and why the certain genres are the way they are. Walking sim as a insult is very funny, and like, but then it turning into this like, you know, this positive thing that has like its own identity is very cool. Overall, I think it's like, I don't know. Hearing them spell them out, I'm like, God, I do play a lot of walking sims. Kind of goes back to the thing I was talking about at the beginning. Like, what is a Jeff Num game? A lot of them are walking sims, but that's like fine. I don't say that. Take that as like, yeah, like own it. There's a lot you can do with a walking sim. This one's very simple, but again, Resident Evil 4, the beginning of a genre, really like putting this thing in place and then letting other people spin it in whatever way they want, which is very cool. Yeah, that's my interpretation of
ended
that.
up being quite a lot bigger than the original mod, and it's also the one where actually the movement around it is in a way the most artificial. There's the big zigzagging cliff paths that basically it's like a series of straight lines from point to point. There isn't a lot of movement, and one of the things that was really difficult to do with that was to not make it feel too much like a corridor and to give it that sort of sense of space and that you were actually exploring somewhere quite natural. I think, Rob, there was stuff which you put in there, like little new beat moments, like the ruins at the edge of the cliff, that just helped the player feel like they were on a journey rather than being pushed through a pipe.
Sure.
Yeah, it was kind of just giving the player
I might skip this one.
for continuing on it, you know, kind of still giving them some aspect of exploration and things to discover. I mean, the journey in this one is
okay. Jaws.
There's a bit of an illusion of simplicity with games like Dear Esther that people kind of assume because there's not a lot of mechanics and there's not much going on in that sense that they're easy to make.
Mm.
And I think actually it's kind of the opposite in a way, that because they're so simple, everything is exposed and everything has to be exceptionally good for it to work, because you're carrying a player's experience on a fairly sparse, minimal kind of framework, and that really means that every aspect of it has to be produced at a really high quality and has to be done with a lot of passion and a lot of thought. There's nowhere to hide in a game like Esther, and that's something which I think carries through to the best games of this type. You can see with all of them there's a real commitment to kind of depth and a really intelligent way of approaching design, and a real kind of
The reason for that, I feel like I'm trying to be very intentional with when I pause. It's been mostly in this last one, is because for a regular game, you're focused on the gameplay. If the gameplay doesn't feel good, it's not a good game. You can't make, like, you know, a shooter ideally feels good to shoot, right? A hack and slash feels really satisfying to hack and slash. I will continue with the other games, but you know, the main mechanic should feel robust and well done, because that is the thing that the player is going to do over and over again. For a walking sim, it's all about looking around. That's, you know, it's about your focus. Like on this, the focus is the environment, the like feel, all of those things which you could usually do without in another game. Whereas in the other game, you're more focused on the mechanic itself. There's no mechanic here. It's just walking. You didn't have to like polish this very much. Like there's not much to polish here other than, can you move back, forward, left, and right? I wouldn't say this is like, he's not wrong, but he's also not right about like, is it easier to make or is it harder to make? It's just a different focus. If you're focusing on the important elements that like define what you're doing, that's what makes it good or bad, is how much you focus on the thing that you're trying to get across.
trust in the
Anyway,
player.
we're
and
gonna continue.
One of the things that I think was added more frequently in the final version of Dear Esther was the inclusion of a number of ghosts in the game. These are not like ghosts that you'd see in a normal horror game. They're
I've
just
100% missed ghosts.
loose
That's fine.
silhouettes that you'll see around the island, usually like quite a distance off, or just kind of somewhere that you'd barely see it out the corner of your eye. I think this is a good example of where it's kind of really in your face, and these are kind of just something that we put in to kind of not just bring some unreal elements to the island, but something supernatural as well, something that's kind of beyond this world, something kind of unsettling. And yeah, we've a lot of effort's been put in to make these things very subtle. Didn't really want them to be like, I didn't want it to be a ghost story, so to speak, but I just kind of wanted to bring some of this supernatural element into the game, and this area is probably one of the most prominent, because you can see it
It's like right here.
just before you go down into the gully here. And I think it's really
Wish I had seen
one of
more
my
of these
favourite
ghosts.
scenes.
This was the only one I saw.
The overlook, the point about
Made
this
it feel
to me
more
is that it's
significant.
probably the
Which maybe
voiceover in
was
the
part
game
of
that
that
kind of sums up the
unintentional
whole story and
intentionality.
experience. It's almost like a
Intentional
recap of everything that's gone
unintentionality.
before you start the final climb, and you know it's that pause before you're going to start the final climb and before the game's kind of builds to a climax. But you can also see the whole level, and it's like the idea
Wasn't
that
there
you
a house
are
up here?
standing looking down on your own journey, a bit like the idea of your life flashing before your eyes, or sort of like seeing your body but having an out-of-body experience at the moment of death. And it was really designed to try and get that feeling as the player, that you stop and you take stock of everything, and there's a bit of a sense of there's no going back. You take a breath, and now it finishes. And I really wanted to kind of achieve that sort of sense, and I think we did. I think it really came together here, that you got that sense of going,
I agree. I think he did that.
Right.
The idea is good. It works. Somewhat.
So here it kind of the environment becomes a little bit more
It's a little
surreal again.
swept under the rug from
kind of
years of experience
play
for
with the
me,
colours a
but
little bit, bring
it
up
does
the
feel like a
saturation. It's kind of a
finality.
little bit of a return to some of the more cave-like aesthetics in terms of colours and stuff like that.
Is Slenderman a survival
And
game?
it's kind of there to kind of signpost
Or is Slender a
another
walking sim?
significant moment in the game, or something that's leading up to the significant moment. It goes back to this kind of idea of having these emotional signposts in the visuals of the game, without it being overly obvious. And some of that emotional stuff comes through
Oh,
just
this
through
is
the
the house I was
colours
thinking of.
the environment, and
He's kind of
more
waffling
sap.
a little bit. Continuing.
The music that's playing here is a repeat of another cue, and originally we hear it played on the piano, and the string quartet take on the piece here. And it's one of those really nice instances where we were in the studio and I had this idea of how it was going to sound, and I thought it was going to be quite full and rich and, yeah, full-bodied. And then one of the string players said to me, "This is wrong, actually, for what we're playing." And they said, let's strip out all the vibrato, let's play it in a really Scottish, plain style.
I still don't understand the
it
elements.
absolutely transformed that
This
piece.
is still
It's
a
one of
little
the really special
vague to me.
things about being a composer, is that you get to collaborate with people who come fresh to it. So you have this preconceived idea of how it should be, and then they say, no, why don't we turn it around and think about it like this? And it absolutely fits and works for that scene, because what we're getting at this point is a sense of fragility, of an ending, and it's almost reminiscent of a funeral procession. It's slow and it's dirge-like. But yeah, it was just a lovely moment where they gave something of themselves, and that's what's amazing about working with
I agree with this.
live
Working with people is
instrumentalists.
great.
You're never gonna get that from a
Still too
soundboard.
damn loud. It's just very hard to focus with
It was
so much
possible
noise
that this
and the
last
wind.
section of the game could have felt quite laborious and forced because it's two long zigzagging paths that just go up, and there was a real importance to getting it right. Quite a lot of work went into it. I think at this point for me, you probably as a player understand that the narrator's going to die at the end, and that this is it.
I
And
kinda wanna
unlike where the
rewatch
rest
my
of the island,
reaction
there's
to
a sense
most of
that
this
can just
game,
keep and keep going on
now that I kinda
forever
understand it
and
better.
ever and ever, and you're going to keep the thing, the motif of come back, come back. But I think when you set on this path,
I wish I
you
could
really
see
wanted to have
the
that sense of this is it. This is the last time
The lighthouse.
you're going to walk these paths. This will end now, and that sort of idea of going, you're kind of climbing towards your death, but you're also moving towards a point where that glimpse in the caves where you see the motorway, and you go, I understand what this is about. For me, the whole path up the side of the mountain is about saying, it's okay. It's that kind of starting to kind of release it and go, it's kind of okay that Esther died. It's kind of okay that the accident happened. I know that I'm going to die. I know that this is going to end.
Oh,
And I
there
know
you
that
go.
there's nowhere for me to go apart from follow this path, but that's all right. And it was very sort of hard to kind of try and find that subtle mix between the dread of it and the acceptance. It's where the positive and the negative and the kind of the loss and the redemption really start colliding for me. At least certainly that was what we were trying to achieve with it.
Okay. Well, there's the story. I feel like looking back at hearing that makes it better. I don't know if that says more about me not understanding it the first time, or the writing just not being, just the narrator being too vague and me focusing on that more than just, I don't know, like maybe there was some, I feel like a lot of it is very vague, just being on an island. There could have been things that helped convey the idea of this accident, right? This thing that happened, rather than just environmental elements. I don't know. It's hard for me to really say. I'm probably a bit of an idiot, but I do think some things could have been conveyed a little clearer. But also maybe this was more of an experimental thing where we're seeing how much you can understand without, things being explicitly told to you, or just, cutscenes to have like flashbacks of us and Esther, whatever, or actually communicating with Esther, whatever, and being able to actually reach her. So, I don't know. Yeah. I feel like I could make a better point. I didn't make. Hey, achievement unlocked.
With the
Trigger all
decline being
director's
quite a
commentary.
poignant moment of the,
I could have
of the
said that
game
better
or
probably,
of the story.
but we're here.
It was quite a difficult
So.
task to try and make that climb
That's 100%
still
of the
interesting and
achievements.
not too laborious, because it's kind of this zigzag up there with nothing really. There's no real environment. You just kind of have the sea on one side and the cliff face on the other. So there was quite a lot of work that went into kind of building up this feeling of tension as you're rising and kind of making this moment as poignant as possible while still making it interesting. So a lot of effort was put into building up this weather, building up the winds, and
It's too much wind.
the swaying of the grass, and kind of the volume of the soundscapes,
Still too much wind.
and everything mixing together with the music, and just kind
I
of
don't like the idea of louder
visually
make
really
you
trying to make this a tense
more
moment,
tense.
and I think
being leaned on too much here.
it's hopefully been pulled off all right. And you'll notice when you get
Especially
to the
when
top,
I'm
this
already
kind of
complaining about the music throughout the
tension
game.
dies,
Anyway.
and that's very purposeful. You'll see no more wind. It's just kind of like a symbolic thing where you're coming to the last moment, the point of no return, and that's been very deliberately designed that way.
Mm-hmm. Does the wind stop? It would be nice if, like, because wind feels very tumultuous, like a lot of turmoil. I don't know, and very like nervous and distressed. So if it like ended right before you get up, I don't remember if it actually does, but that'd be very good.
We had a lot of debates, didn't we, about the ending of the game and whether the player should retain control or whether it was okay to go to a cutscene at this point. I personally don't mind it. I actually actively like it because I think it works really well as a metaphor for loss of control at that point. Dan,
Letting
I
go.
know you're not as
Yeah.
keen.
Yeah, I'm not. I would have loved the player not to have had control taken away from them, but to me it was a balance between two evils: the evil of having a cutscene and the evil of the player accidentally falling off the ladder halfway up and destroying the ending.
Yeah, I agree. Like we tried a
Lol.
few different things, and the tech at the time just wasn't. The ladder tech at the time just wasn't there. So.
Damn ladder
And
tech.
the other thing for me was pacing. It was making sure all the music, the voiceovers, the timings and everything were perfect for that final jump off point. And just letting the players kind of noodle around going up a ladder for what may have been like 7 minutes because it's a tall tower was kind of an impossible task.
And Geronimo.
One of the things that I enjoyed the most on working on Dear Esther was Rob's beautiful visuals were so inspiring, but Dan's words are always so amazing to write to. I think that's where we start as a partnership. And the music at the end was so easy to write because that last voiceover is the pinnacle of the writing to me, as it should be, because it's the last VO, so you would have failed if it wasn't good. But it is just so beautiful and moving.
I mean,
And
it
for me,
worked. Yeah.
talking about whether it's a hopeful ending, the music is really hopeful at this point. And it's really, it signifies to me transformation, freedom, escape, acceptance. Yeah, and it was just a beautiful cue to write, actually.
I don't know, I can't remember quite where it came from in the mod, but the moment when we went, or we could put the bird in there, and you could see the bird's shadow, and actually it turned from being kind of like a straightforward literal suicide into a metaphorical, or to my mind, kind of like, I always really believed the narrator did turn into a bird just before they hit the ground, and that was really important. I think it's probably the strongest ending in any of our games so far. But yeah, I'm very proud of the way everything came together in that last section.
Yeah, I think it's the bird thing is particularly interesting because I think it was in the original mod, but the timings and everything were just all off, and you never really saw the seagull. Yeah, at least the shadow as well. It was all kind of like a little bit broken. And I remember when we went back in, I made a real effort to try and get that shadow just out of the center of the view, so you kind of have this hint of something happening, and I think you can hear the sound of a seagull flapping its wings. It's like very subtle, but like you say, I kind of really like the way that came together. It kind of it's very like say it's kind of like a release, but at the same time there's still this kind of ambiguity there that's kind of beautiful.
And I'm really proud that I got the
The monitor. Oh my
monitor
god, it
in
was
at
a
the
coma.
end for
Yeah.
an ending of, you know, it goes into the
Flatline. Oh my god.
you know,
So that was
hospital
a thing.
monitor
Okay.
signifying the flat line, and I think it's it's one of those moments
God,
where you
this.
never want to be so clever that people notice it and it takes them out of the moment, but it
Mm,
just flows in through the music, and it just
yeah.
feels like everything comes together at that last point.
This
You know,
game
that
is too
last
smart
CO,
for me.
Rob's amazing visuals and the music.
I
Yeah,
get
it
it
feels
now,
like
but
a
like,
really, really strong and
why
beautiful
couldn't I pick up
ending.
on this while I was
And then
playing?
in the last second,
Man.
Nigel Carrington's delivery of just those 2 words have come back, where he just pitch perfect.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. No, I respect this so much
that's
more.
the end of the director's
I
commentary.
get it.
We'd just like to
I
say
get it.
a big thank you to everyone for listening. We hope you've uncovered some secrets and some facts that you didn't know about the game before.
I'd also like to say a huge thank you for buying the game, and for all our fans who've been behind us and been behind the game and have kept it alive all these years. It's a real privilege that it's still out there, still such a title that people love so much.
Yeah, and we're really looking forward to the future and what we can create coming up next. Thanks for listening.
Cheers.
Bye.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this game's brilliant. Uh, I think there's some elements of the execution that could have been done better. Like I've said, the writing, some of the sound design, mostly the sound design. The music is fine. I don't have any problems with the music. Just some of the ways that it's leveled. I would have loved more control of the levels for everything. Because sometimes it was a little too loud. Even outside of that, like the wind and stuff just being too abrasive. But other than that, everything that like I didn't get the first time was partially me just being dumb. Just partially just me like not fully grasping it, but I do think the execution of it also contributed to me not understanding. Which I think in other games they've done better. But like I don't know, everything makes so much more sense now. I'm so glad I listened to the commentary. Because it's actually really brilliant. The stuff with like the letters, he's like, I want to send these to you. I want to tell you all these things, but I can't because you're dead and I'm in a coma. Works really well. All the stuff about like the hospital and him being, on on life support. Man, I'm so upset I didn't notice the flat line at the end. That's real upsetting to me that I didn't catch that, or wasn't even like considering that in my head. Again, I think like it's very well done. I love the idea behind it. I think it's a little too complex. I think that the idea that they're trying to convey is too complex to properly convey through this island walk adventure, right? All the pieces are there. I just, the narrator. I don't like the narrator's dialogue. And I don't think it conveys any of this in a very cohesive way that I can actually like read. Most of it just goes in one ear out the other just because of how vague it is. But I do now get it, right? This is a really well done story. I just wish I was a little bit more clever. Maybe more patient, I don't know. I really want to look back at my first 2 hours of this, and see like if I was catching any of it and I just wasn't caring enough. I don't know. I had like faint understandings, but it's like, but knowing that they had like an intentional story that was very simple, but conveyed in a very beautiful kind of way, that helps. I like that. I just wish it was a little clearer in the execution. But yeah, this is very good. I actually very much enjoyed this. Second time around, at least. I'm glad I decided to kind of skip through and like run through dialogue a little faster so we could get this done in a reasonable time. But yeah, so I think that'll be stream. Tomorrow, I'll play Journey tomorrow. That'll probably be a full stream thing, especially if we're 100%ing it. So, yeah. But that is Dear Esther. So, Thank you for watching. I hope you've enjoyed. Have a good today, tonight, whatever. I'll see you next time. Bye.